Take another. Just restart the table.
Finish starting.
Starting.
Good afternoon. Wow, what a minute. I hope this will be there till the end. Hopefully. Right. Yes, just a hope. Hope is life. Just like how you are hoping that audit will go good. Right? Yes? Right. So today we'll be starting your auditing and ethics marathon. Right? So I hope you know what do you mean by marathon? Running race? No, you're not running a race, but we are covering what is more important from the exam perspective. Yeah, 100% coverage, 100% not possible. Yes or no? Yeah. So we'll cover maximum possible portions which can give us a weightage in the exams to answer it well. All right. Now we are doing only paper 5, which concerns about your group 2. In group 2, you have paper number 5, auditing and ethics. Clear? Those who are watching me for the first time, okay, offline, YouTube live, good afternoon, good afternoon. So, my name is CA Karthik, okay, CA Karthik Shanai, full name. What? So what we'll be doing is we are dividing this entire subject into 4 parts. Okay. The plan is we'll be doing it for 4 days. All right. So we are having day 1. What are we going to do? This is a rough plan. Clear? Because you always know we go by a professional judgment. Clear? So as far as the professional judgment is concerned, this entire subject will be divided into 4 days. And what we'll be covering on day 1 is chapter number 1, chapter number 11. What is chapter number 1? Nature, scope, objective. What is chapter number 11? Ethics. Okay, what we are supposed to have. Okay, then chapter number 6. Let us see if you still have the same energy till the end of day 1 as well. Clear? Then we have chapter number 2, audit, strategy, planning and program. And then we'll be talking about CARO reporting. Clear? Yes? Yes. People watching on YouTube, good afternoon to you guys. Also, please put in your doubts in the chat box and I shall answer it accordingly. Now, not just this, then on day 2, we'll be covering chapter 8, which talks about what? Audit reporting, which is our most important part of audit. Then we have chapter 10, bank audit. Then we have branch audit. Then we have, now chapter 8 itself has branch and joint audit, but we'll be covering as a separate topic because it is standard wise. If you remember, those who attended my regular classes, audit report chapter I have divided into 2 parts. Standard based, non-standard based. Clear? Non-standard based, under that we have covered Companies Act reporting and other aspects. Standard based we have covered SA 700 series and 299 and 600. Clear? Then day 3 we'll be doing chapter 3, chapter 4 and chapter 7. Now chapter 3 talks about what? Audit evidence. Yes? Oh, remember, I thought you forgot. Risk assessment. Chapter 4. Very good. Chapter 7. Completion and review. So these part is where majority of our standards in the syllabus are concerned, right? It's like a mountain of standards that we are going to cover. But not to worry. Not to worry, we will do it aramse. Clear? Aramse means not as how we do it in the regular class, but we will cover enough portions in those standards. And day 4 is a day where what I see is whatever we can do it, which we have not done on day 1, day 2, day 3, probably keeping contingencies in the mind, we can shift it to day 4. With that, cooperative society and government audit, we can cover a rough cream layer of revision. What are the topics excluded? Chapter 5 and chapter 9, other entities. Reason, if you remember in the regular classes also I have told, this has a template. Here, chapter 5 has a template which talks about items of financial statements. P&L items and balance sheet items. Chapter 9, other entities. Again, this chapter was divided into 3 parts. One was, yes, very good. 9A, 9B, 9C. Cooperative society audit separate unit. Government audit separate unit. Other entities separate unit we had done. Am I right? Yes, right. So this is what is a rough plan. If time permits, possibly we can cover few questions. If time permits, because priority is always on revision of the standards and other areas rather than the question in this session for now. Clear? Yes? Right. What are the prerequisites required from the student perspective? You. We are talking now about you. What is required from you? Sir, at least 2 rounds of study session should have been done. Okay? Now, that does not mean, sir, that means if I have not done 2 sessions of study, is it not helpful for me? See, when you do 2 sessions of study, it is more like brushing up of the concepts. It's like polishing the concepts. But if you have not done a single round of study also, it will be difficult for you to accept at the pace. Here, concept, some here and there you are able to pick it up. I can understand, but the connection of the concepts, the cross references of that should come only from the study session. So if you have completed at least 1 round is the expectation from this marathon. So those who are watching even on recorded basis, I expect you to at least have 1 or 2 rounds of study sessions and then watch the revision. Okay? If not, you can at least complete 1 round of session, then watch the marathon based on the topic wise. So that your revision also is done right after your chapter. Okay? Now, marathon is solely for revision purpose. It is not a detailed session. Clear? So, expectation level should be what? Revision. Clear? 100% coverage not possible. Understood? Clear? We take 22 days to finish up the entire syllabus. Correct? That syllabus can be covered in 4 days? No. I know that some people come know that, sir, this is revision session, but it's my duty to remind you, like how auditor reminds management about their responsibilities. Clear? It's my duty to remind you that this is a revision session and expectation of 100% syllabus is not. Clear? Now, for those who are just watching marathon, see, there are mix of students. One, my students who have attended my classes, our students, and we have other students attending. For them, if you ask where is the regular book, you can go to learn.arivupro.com to purchase the book, because some of the students have asked, where do we purchase only the book? You can go to this website and purchase. Similarly, chart books are available on the website. You can purchase. Clear? Class notes, what we are using will not be shared for only one concern. Right? A lot of hard work goes into chart making, handwritten notes, a lot of thinking, a lot of time we spend, energies we spend on that. So for security concerns, class notes will not be shared, but the rough work 100% I'll try to share. Clear? What you can do if you still want to copy it, because many people use different reference material, which is absolutely right. So what you guys can do is, you guys can pause the video, look at the chart, draft it on your own. One more revision will be done that way. Clear? These are the prerequisites that we are going to have from the student's perspective. Now, sir, what are the standards that we should not miss out on? Okay? What are the standards we have to focus on? Now, this is based on the history of the exams. Clear? History means we are not going on 10 years ago and all. Clear? This is new syllabus. Clear? So in the past, what are the types of question, which standard they have asked for? Clear? One is SA 220, SA 210, SQC 1. This is nothing but a chapter 11. Clear? This is nothing but a chapter 11. Then we have after SQC 1, what do we have? SA 230, which is nothing but your chapter 6. Very good. SA 500 series. We are talking about chapter number 4. Right? So sorry, chapter number 4. Clear? Then we have SA 260 and 265, which talks about completion and review. Clear? Then assessment, the entire chapter number 3. chapter number 3 we are going to cover here. SA 700 series is there. That is your audit reporting. Clear? Then SA 610. This I told in the class also. It's a new standard in the syllabus using the work of internal auditor. That standard is very important. Clear? And chapter 2 and CARO. These are the order that you can follow. But in the class, in the marathon session, we are not following this order. We are following the order which I told you. Clear? Because of the time management aspect, right? Okay. Then next you focus on cooperative society audit, other entities and items of financial statement. That is basically chapter 9 and chapter 5. This I have told time and again, you have to divide this into multiple pieces because you can't eat the entire cake, right? That cake has to be cut into small pieces and only then you can eat, right? Now, if I give you a 5 kilo cake, you'll not eat on day one, right? Every day you eat small pieces. Similarly, chapter 5 and chapter 9 is a bigger part. What you have to do every day, now what you should have done, every day, one entity and one item of financial statement you should have covered. This way, you're covering the items as well. You are not stressed about the chapter as well. Clear? Right. So, shall we begin with the marathon with all the information conveyed? Prerequisites are ready. I hope so. Yes? Right, sir. Okay. Let's begin with the basic concept of audit. Are we done? Are we ready? Yes. YouTube. Yes. Shall we begin? Right, sir. No. Sir, whichever audit we do, what I'm going to cover in the initial few minutes is nothing but the basics of audit. I'm not even touching chapter 1. Clear? Chapter 1 specifically I will not touch, but what is basics wherever we are supposed to explain certain concepts like risk of material misstatement, assurance, reasonable assurance. Clear? All those things will be covering in the initial few stages. Then and then when we go ahead, according to you, if you have any doubts, please you can ask. Feel free to ask. Just raise your hand and ask it out. All right? Yes. So let's begin. See, any audit you do, I always believe that this entire audit is hidden in one particular process. Clear? What is a process, sir? See, whenever, what do you mean by audit, by the way? Now, don't tell me the book definition. Book definition easily you can tell if you have already studied, but generally tell me, you should be able to generally what is audit? Sorry? What is audit? Independent examination. Basically checking. Audit means what? Checking. Clear? Your school days, teacher gives exam. She checks the answer sheet. She is doing audit. You go to a grocery shop with a list of items that has to be purchased. Your mom will give that list. You go to the shop, you purchase it. What is it? You purchase it. But once you come home, your dad will check, how much you have spent, where the 2 rupees went extra, why did he charge more? What is he doing? Nothing but audit. So to ask questions and review something, there should be something called as data. There should be something called as what? Data. Now, not just the data. Now, what is the difference between data and information? Data is raw. Information is processed. Now, client will have to give us the information. Correct? Will the client know what information to give? No. Who is the expert here? We are the expert. So, client 100% will not know what to give, what not to give. So, what you do, whatever he has, he will give. And that is a data for us. From this, what do we pick? What do we pick? We pick information. What has happened? Just a minute. Yeah. So from data, what do we have? What do we get? We get information. So what is this information, sir? Information is what we need. Yeah, he will give everything, bills, agreements, everything he will give. Sir, whatever you want to take. Now, whatever we want when we take, what we call that as information. Some clients will give us information directly, some clients will give us data. But what's the matter? We are getting the data. Clear? Or information according to what we want. Now, what do we do with this information? We do examination. Clear? What do we do? We do examination. Now, what does examination means? Perfect. Whatever information we get, and that information is what we are going to examine or check in your language. In general language, we say check. In audit language, we may call it as examination. Here, yes, we do examine. We do examine, but how do we examine? Yes, through procedures. We examine through procedures. Now, procedures means what? What do you mean by procedures? The way you examine, the way you examine, the tools you use, the techniques you use, and once you examine through the procedures, what do you get out of this? Very good. You get evidence. Clear? Do we need evidence? Do we need evidence? Yes, we definitely need evidence. Clear? Why? Without evidence, we won't be able to tell anything or reach a conclusion. So, can I say evidence is the basis for us to? What's the next stage? We evaluate the evidence and we come to a conclusion. How do we come to a conclusion? After evaluating the evidence. Correct? Yes. Now, we reach a conclusion. Conclusion is not final. What we see, what we perceive, can there be a difference? Yes. So evidence is what is there in our hands. We see that, we perceive something, and that is what we call as conclusion. Now we will have to further evaluate this conclusion, and now we reach to actually what we call as opinion. This opinion is what we give in the form of. This report cannot be oral report. This should be a written report. Clear? So you pick any concept in the syllabus, it should be there within this particular. Clear? So what is the audit? Nothing but how do we do the audit? We get the data, we pick the information, we examine it, we do the procedures, we get the evidence of it, we reach a conclusion, we evaluate the conclusion and come to opinion. We evaluate that opinion in the form of a report and submitted to the people who appointed us. Clear? Yes. Right? This is what the entire process of audit will be. Understood? Right. Now, sir, chapter number 1 talks mostly about what? Nature, objective, and clear. So let's try to understand the definition of audit. What do you mean by audit? Or what do you mean by the definition of audit? Audit is nothing but an independent examination. What do you mean by independent examination? It is nothing but where we are free to do what we want and not as per your instructions. Here, we will examine however we want. 1. Number 2, with an unbiased mind. We are here to give a free opinion, free from influence. No one should tell us what opinion we have to give. Clear? Always remember, audit should end with opinion. Understood? Clear? If you are not able to end with opinion, that means audit has not completed. When will we complete audit? The moment we give written report. Clear? So, even in the definition of audit, we do examination of what? Financial information. Is there a difference between financial statements and financial information? Yes. What is the difference? Financial information includes the financial statements. Clear? Yes. So not only financial statements, agreements, contracts, vouchers, bills, invoices, pro forma invoice, everything we will check. Anywhere financial information if it is there, we go and check it. But what is the mindset? Independent mindset, because our audit report heading also talks about independent auditors report. Clear? Of any entity. Now, what do you mean by any entity? Company, partnership firm, proprietor, trust, society, everything we check. Whether profit oriented or not. Why? If you are doing profit, we will go and check whether the profit is true and fair. If you are not doing profit, then we will check what are you doing with the money. Are you utilizing it in the proper sense? When donors give money to the trust or society, is the money being utilized properly? That is also called as audit. So not just profit entity, non-profit entity also we can audit, irrespective of its size or legal firm. Big company, small company, big firm, small firm. It doesn't matter how big is the firm or how big is the company. We will, irrespective of the size, we will check it. Legal firm. What do you mean by legal firm? Registered, unregistered, also no problem for us. Clear? When such an examination is conducted with a view, what is the view? What is the view? Express an opinion. Yes. Online, can you please tell me if the voice is audible? Please confirm if the voice is audible. Right. Okay. Right. So this, the next 3 points is nothing but breakdown of the definition itself. Clear? No issues for us. Now we have another name for audit. What do we call as what? Engagement. Clear? Not the engagement that you guys are thinking. Clear? Not the festival that comes before marriage. Not the event that comes before marriage. Clear? So what do you mean by engagement here? Engagement is nothing but work between two people here. What is that? Auditor and the client. Clear? Yes. So engagement means an arrangement to do something. In the context of audit, what do we mean? It means formal agreement between auditor and client, where auditor agrees to provide auditing services. Clear? And this letter, what is the name of this letter? Engagement. Very good. Engagement letter. It could be audit engagement, it could be review engagement, it could be agreed upon procedures. Yeah? So basically engagement is nothing but to do agreement to do something. Yeah? In the context of audit means keeping audit in mind between a client and an auditor. Understood? Clear? More about engagement letter we'll go and check in chapter number 11. Clear? Now what are the points to be considered quickly? Let's finish it off. Now, the accounts should have been drawn with reference to entries in the books of accounts. That means books of accounts come first or financial statements. Very good. Books of accounts will come first, which means we cannot prepare balance sheet first and then come to books. No, you can. It's for fraud. Clear? Yes. But you can't prepare financial statement first, and based on that, if you're preparing books of accounts, you're doing something big only, you know. So first you have to prepare what? Then you have to come and prepare. The entries in the books of accounts are supported by not just evidence. We need sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Not just E. We need SAE. Clear? Sufficient appropriate audit evidence. None of the entries in the books has been omitted in the process of comparison. Meaning, what is ours should not be left. What is not ours should not be there. Clear? So in that financial year, so in financial year 24-25, whatever is the entry should not be left out. What is not related to financial year 24-25 should not sit in the books of accounts of financial year 24-25. Of course, there are certain exceptions like advance received, clear, prepaid expenses and all those things. I am not talking about it. Generally, I am talking the transactions related to financial year 24-25 should be covered. Clear? Information conveyed by the statement is clear and unambiguous. You should not confuse people. Whatever conveying, whatever information you're conveying, it should not confuse people. It should be very clear and unambiguous. Unambiguous means what? Not confusing. Okay, the financial statement amounts are properly classified, described, and disclosed as per accounting standards. See, for us, when you prepare books of accounts, AS is the base. Generally, books of account is prepared based on what? Accounting standard. Here, now imagine I am into sale of flask. Okay, now my business is what? Sale of flask. So if I purchase 1,000 flasks, what is that for me? It's my stock. Can I consider it as fixed asset? Sir, asset side will tally anyway, no, sir. No. Properly classify it. Properly describe it. Properly disclose it. Now, who will tell how do I classify, how do I describe, how do I disclose? Accounting standards will guide us. Clear? AS10 will tell you what is PPE. AS2 will tell you what is inventory. AS26 will tell you what is intangible asset. AS29 will tell you what is provisions and contingency. So, and when we do AS will guide us how we are supposed to disclose that. As per that disclosure only we have to check. The statement of account present a true and fair picture. This is not true and correct. We cannot give true and correct picture. Why? In this chapter, one area where they ask question is inherent limitations. Clear? Two areas where generally they test in this chapter. One is your inherent limitations, another one is your advantages of audit. Clear? But there is one exceptional area where why standards are important. In MCQ base, these small topics will be asked. But question wise, they usually would like to test on inherent limitations a lot in chapter 1 and advantages of audit. Sometimes more or less to keep the balance, scope of audit also might be asked. But generally limitations are very important. Clear? Yes, right, sir. So true and fair picture we are giving. We are not giving true and correct picture. Now, what do you mean by why you can't we give correct answer? Why can't we give accurate? Auditor means they're checking everything. No. Why can't we give correct picture? Why we have to give fair picture? That is because of inherent limitations of. That is because of what? Inherent limitations of audit. Now, what do you mean by limitation, sir? What do you mean by limitation? Limitation is the boundaries which we can't do anything about. Yeah. No matter what you do, these things will always be present in your audit. What is the first limitation? Nature of financial reporting. What do you mean by financial reporting nature, sir? See, when we prepare books of accounts, don't we have something called as provisions? Now, tell me, is provision accurate? Provision can it be accurate? Can't be accurate. Clear? So, provision is an assumption. Provision is a judgment. Yes. So, when we are judging and putting some amount in the books of accounts, it will reflect in the financial statement. When you are only telling this is not accurate, how can I tell it is accurate? So, because of the financial reporting, sir, can we remove judgments? Can we remove provisions then to give true and correct to you? Your AS29 will not allow you. Your AS29 tells what you have to create provisions. Your present obligation, past event, remember? I hope you remember. Okay, there is one standard called AS29. Yeah. There are certain factors to be considered. Clear? Provision for bad debts is one of the simplest examples that we can take. Are you scared that your debtors might go bad as a businessman? So you create provisions to avoid that particular event. Now you are assuming that he might go bad and create provision. No. Clear? Yes, you are using the judgment and therefore we can't say true and correct. We'll have to say true and fair enough, sir. Keeping the situation in mind, the industry you are doing business, the competition that you have, the type of debtors you have, the history of debtors. Looking at all these things, you will tell, yes, it is fair enough for you to prepare provisions like this. Clear? Now, the nature of audit procedures. Do we do 100% checking everywhere? No, we do procedure. Here, 100% checking is possible where transactions are small in number. Here, and we have enough. We can do 100%, no problem. But if you're auditing companies like Reliance, ESPN, will you be able to do it? 100% checking, no, they will be able to do it. So for that matter, what they're telling, you can use something called as sampling. Can you tell me the standard number? SA 5? Yes, SA 530 talks about audit sampling. Clear? So they are telling, yes, you do it. Less than 100% checking also you can do. Now, isn't that nature of procedure? Yes or no? Because of the procedure, I won't be able to give true and correct view because I am not checked entire 100% of the population. Clear? Yes, that's sorry. Second point where nature of procedure is there. It's a possibility that management or others may not provide complete information also. Who should give us information? Management should give us. Now, if management hides the information, can I do anything about it? No, I am a CA. It stands for accountant and not astrologer. How can I predict that you are hiding something? Yeah, I can't read your mind. So if you don't give me information, how do I check that information? And the information only is not there. I will definitely give report based on whatever is available. I get my point. You don't produce the evidence in front of the court and you blame the court for giving wrong judgment. Are you getting my point? Yes. Now, fraud also is there. Now, fraud is, sir, what is the difference between fraud and error? Fraud is intentional. Error is unintentional. So, in case if fraud is done, that means 100% we know that it is intentional. There is an intention to do fraud. No one will tell, sir, fraud happened by mistake. Clear? Fraud is always intentional in nature. Clear? So, third one, it is not an official investigation. Does auditor have the power to arrest someone? Investigate someone? No. Seize something? No. If we don't have the power, how can we give accurate information? If we have to give accurate information, you have to give me some powers. And that power is not available with us. That's the reason why we tell audit is different, investigation is different. Clear? Then, timeliness of reporting, financial reporting, and decrease in relevance of information, which is more or less practical for us. Do you think all the client will give information on time? No. The more delay they are doing, the more value or the importance of the information reduces. Imagine now, I am supposed to finish my audit by July and the client has to give me information well in advance. Now, because of client's mistake, he is not giving me information on time, my audit will postpone beyond July now. Imagine I have to give it in the month of October now. Now, if I am still doing my audit and giving the report, will that report be useful for people, all the people? No, they have already got the information. Clear? They have already found some other company to invest in. So the relevance of the information decreases. Limitation. We can't do anything. How many times you will follow? What will give and will not give. Understood? Clear? Just like our students will study, sir. Ultimately, attempt over attempt. We don't want that to happen. So we follow as much as possible. We follow, but there is limitation. Clear? Like I tell students, we teachers can tell you how to study, what things to apply, everything. Study. That is not under our limitation of our exams, our profession. Clear? Future events. Can you predict your future? If yes, please tell me how much you will score in audit and please tell me it is more than 60. Can you predict? No. So what can happen in future? We do not know. We can't guarantee this is what will happen in the future. Today's good person can become bad. Today's good information can become bad information. We don't know. So future events and condition may affect entity adversely. Imagine today the company is doing very good. Clear? Tomorrow government comes and says, hey, in Karnataka they said no. Come on. Now, the company or the entity which was running, can they run this business now? No. Now, suddenly their going concern is in danger. So, government can bring up this policy. Gujarat, liquor ban, imagine you bring it. Now, you are a company running it. So, these future events or conditions, the government changes, policy changes. Nothing under our control. Understood? So, because of these things, we won't be able to give true and correct. We end up giving what? True and understood? Clear? Yes. Got clarity as to why true and fair we give. Okay? It is the same reason why we give reasonable assurance. Clear? These are the 5 reasons why we give reasonable assurance. Clear? Online is voice breaking again. Yes. Is it? Mafullah. Okay, fine. Can you hear me now? Yes, I think you should be able to hear me now. Right. So these are the 5 reasons why we give reasonable assurance and we never give absolute assurance. Always remember in the exam, true or false also can be asked in between the cases. Like they will put up a story, the director is saying like this, but the auditor is saying like this, and is it true? True or false format is no more asked now. That doesn't mean they will not put this in the story. Understood? Possible. Clear? If I was an examiner, I would have done that. Clear? So, a reasonable assurance I can give, but I cannot give what? Absolute assurance. Clear? Right. Now, let's talk about our main objectives of audit. What are our main objectives of audit, sir? Obtain reasonable assurance. Number 2, to report on financial statements. This is the objective of audit. Whichever audit you do, you give what? Reasonable assurance and you give what? Report. These are the 2 main objectives. Reasonable assurance about what? Whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. So, error also should not be there. Fraud also should not be there. The question is, what do you mean by material misstatement? What do you mean by material misstatement? Now, let's try and understand with one example, what do you mean by misstatement? What do you mean by misstatement? Misstatement is nothing, it is a difference. It's a difference between what you should have done versus what you have done. Example, sir, inventory if we take into picture. Inventory if we take into the picture, what is the valuation of inventory? Not visible. Huh? What's not visible? That lag is there because it's YouTube live. Okay. Now, all right. See, so difference between what you should have done versus what you have done, right? So let's take an inventory valuation example. How do you value inventory? Cost or NRV, whichever is lower. Now, cost or NRV, whichever is lower. Let's try. Cost is, let's say, 10 lakh. Okay. NRV is 6 lakh. Cost is how much?
6 lakh.
Cost is how much? 10 lakh. NRV is how much? 6 lakhs. In the balance sheet, what I should show now? Cost or NRV, whichever is lower. Which is lower here? So I should show 6 lakhs only, no. But if I show 10 lakhs, is it a misstatement? Yes, it is a misstatement. Because what you should have done? 6 lakh. What you have done? 10 lakh. What is the difference? 4 lakh. This 4 lakhs is what we call as misstatement. So misstatement can be with respect to amount. This is called misstatement with respect to amount. Misstatement can be not only with respect to amount, it also can be with respect to disclosures. Here, now this is with respect to asset. That's a balance sheet item. It could be with your P&L also. Here, imagine I went out on an audit. Okay. Now, when I went out on an audit for my client, right? Now, business purpose I went out. When I spent my money for business purpose, am I supposed to include that in the P&L debit side? Business purpose expense, am I supposed to include that in the debit side of the P&L? 100% yes. Clear? Now, in between, I was shopping for my wife also. That can I debit it to P&L? If I debit, misstatement. And if it is affecting it to users, it is called material misstatements. Understood? Clear? Sir, with respect to the disclosures, with respect to what? Disclosure, what is the misstatement, sir? See, you are supposed to disclose in the notes to accounts. Alright? If you don't disclose what you are supposed to disclose, that is also called as misstatement. You have recorded everything correctly, but you have not disclosed it to the users. Understood? Right? For example, let us say I have done merger. When I have done merger, I am supposed to tell how many shares I have issued as a part of purchase consideration, and I have to show the bifurcation in the balance sheet. In that particular notes, you will write now out of the above so many shares are given. Now, isn't that a disclosure part? Yes. And if you have not disclosed it, then it is a misstatement. And if it affects the people decision making, we will call it as material misstatement. So whether, see, there will be misstatements. I am not saying 100% corrections will be there, but material misstatement at least should not be there. Small misstatements, no problem. Immaterial misstatements, no problem. Material misstatement should not be there. Clear? That is what is our assurance about. Due to fraud or error, material misstatement should not be there, thereby enabling the auditor to express what? Opinion on financial statements. And what type of assurance we give? What type of assurance we give? We give reasonable assurance. Absolute assurance cannot be given. Clear? Yes. And we prepare the financial statement based on AFRF. What is AFRF? Applicable Financial Reporting Framework. Question number 1. Who prepares financials? Management. What do we do then? We check that. Clear? So, management prepares. We check. Clear? Now, whatever management has prepared, some management will know what is applicable to them. Some will not know what is applicable to them. So, we have to first find out whether the financial reporting framework is applicable to them, and if yes, have they prepared it in the same manner. What do you mean by financial reporting? Just the word financial reporting. The way you present your financial statements is what we call as financial reporting. Example, for a company, how do we present the financial statements? Schedule 3. That is a framework for him. For a company, Schedule 3 is a framework. Have you prepared as per that, or have you prepared T format? Clear? Like that, for every different entity, whatever reporting framework is applicable for them, you have to prepare according to that only. Have you prepared or no is what I am supposed to check. Understood? If not, I am supposed to go and tell them, this is a mistake you have done. Please correct your financial statements as per AFRF. Then I will give good opinion about it. Understood? Clear? Right. What is my second objective? To report on financial statements. Understood? Yes. Now, scope of audit, quickly let's finish off. What is the scope of audit? You have to cover all aspects. Sir, all aspects means directors, in case if I am auditing the company, directors' personal life also questions I have to ask. No, I have to do what? Relevant to financial statements alone. I am not supposed to ask random questions. Only with respect to financial statements you should ask. Clear? Sir, accounting records and other source data should be reliable. Why data if it is not reliable? Do you remember this? Do you remember the cycle? If data is not reliable, my examination will go wrong. My opinion will go wrong. Ultimately, why do we do audit? What do we do audit for? To give opinion, and opinion should be right, and that should be based on the source data and other information. Clear? Now, how do we evaluate the reliability and sufficiency of it? Study their systems. What type of systems? Two types of systems will be there: accounting system and internal control system. How you prepare accounts? Daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, half yearly. How do you prepare your accounts? What is the system you are following? How many people are there? Is the same person having all responsibility? If yes, chances of fraud will be more. Clear? So what is the accounting system? Internal control system. How effectively and efficiently your organization is running, and what is the system you have placed. Clear? How you identify a customer? How does the customer reach you? How do you convert an inquiry into a customer? Clear? How will he pay the money? Is it cash? If cash is there, who collects it? Who goes and deposits? What is the total control system you have placed? Do you have a CC camera and cash counter? All these things I'll have to study and evaluate. That is when I can rely on financial statements, and that is when I can rely on the source data that you are giving. Clear? Yes. Carry out such other tests, inquiries and other verification procedures of accounting transaction and account balance as he considers appropriate in the circumstances. Whatever test you feel I am supposed to do, conduct that. Basically, you should get confidence on the financial statements prepared. Understood? Clear? Yes. Relevant information, is it properly disclosed? Not irrelevant. Relevant information, is it properly disclosed? We all know management is responsible for what? Preparation of FX, selection and application of accounting policy. I don't know how you absorb your assets. Whether depreciation you follow SLM, WDV, clear, or machine hours, we don't know, because you are the one running your business. I come once in a year to audit. Clear? You select which accounting policy you are supposed to follow. Do you follow valuation of inventory based on weighted average or FIFO? You select that. Clear? FS should be prepared on what? Historical information. What does historical information means? Past information. Clear? Yes. Right, sir. Next, sir. The audit determines whether relevant information is properly disclosed. How? By comparing a financial statement with the records. As the first only we have studied, books come first or statement comes first up. Books come first. So compare both. You will get to know whether there is a difference or no. We all know statement should be a result of books, and not the other way around. Considering the judgments that management has made, assess the selection and consistent application of accounting policy. If you choose one accounting policy, consistently you have to apply that. Only then there will be a confidence building in the people judging your financials. Otherwise, it's difficult. They'll ask one question. Sir, management is same, business is same, customers could be little here and there, but why? There's a difference in the financial results. When the policies are not changing, clear, the results will be consistent, more or less. But when you keep changing the policy, the financial result also will vary. Clear? You are not expected to do anything that is outside the scope. Clear? Anything you do outside the scope is what we call as ultra vires. Beyond the power, beyond your scope. And we all know if you do anything beyond your scope is not a good thing. Clear? Now, constraints on the scope also we have to cover. What do you mean by constraints? Problems. To reach our destination, what is the problem? Clear? Right, sir. Now, aspects to be covered, nothing. P&L, balance sheet items we'll have to cover. Not a big deal. Now, advantages. Advantages of financial statements. Examiner's favorite question. It's like our 11th and 12th type of question. Clear? Right. What are the advantages of audit? Financial audit we are talking about. Number one, acts as a moral check. What do you mean by moral check? Staff will be scared before doing any error or fraud. See, error, unintentional, everyone will do. Clear? Intentionally, if you're doing, stock will tell, no, in audit we will be caught. So let's not do it. So moral check will be there. Helps in settling the liability for taxes, negotiating loans, and determining purchase consideration. Everywhere they want audited financial statements. Clear? In Companies Act also, if you remember, unaudited financial statements you cannot circulate only. Clear? You have to circulate audited financial statement. That is the value we have. Clear? Our signature has that much value. It authenticates the data on which we sign. So bankers would like to place trust on our statements. Government department would like to trust on our statements. So it will help in settling liability also. Clear? Then, sir, settling trade disputes for higher wages or bonus. We all know bonus is, I don't know if you remember, bonus is always given on profits. If we make more profits, we can give something else. Bonus. Yes, we have a bonus act for that where we will talk about available surplus and allocable surplus, etc. But ultimately it is paid on profits. If profit only is not there, will we be able to give bonus? Imagine the employer tells the employees, no profit guys, therefore no bonus. Clear? But if they start doubting you, who will they trust now? Us only. Who are we? Auditors. They will tell, I don't trust you, you do one thing, get the audited financial statements. Now, can you without verification sign and tell no profits? No. Now you have to verify that and then come to a conclusion whether profit is there or profit is not there. Clear? Then, audited accounts are of help in settlement of accounts. As usual, our partnership. Admission, retirement, death, that time we use financial statements in your accounts, childhood accounts. You would have studied here, but there everywhere they would have given balance sheet. That is an audited balance sheet only. Should you? Unaudited I can't take. How much goodwill to bring in? How much capital to bring in? How much share of profits I should give? If you remember, in case of death of the partner, you are supposed to settle the accounts. If you don't settle the accounts, the retiring partner or the outgoing partner or the representative of the deceased, they have a right to either ask for interest or share of profit. Which profit is audited or unaudited? 100% audited. So our financial statements will help them. Detection of wastages and losses. So remember, standard costing, one concept is there in costing. Why do we do that? To find the variance. Here now, in that concept also, we find the variance. Once we find the variance, what do? We start asking questions. Yes, why there is a difference? Why budgeted was less, actual was more? Clear? So asking question is nothing but audit only, no. Finding the difference is nothing but audit only, no. Detection of wastages and losses, where money is going, where resources are spent, clear? Where inventory is being wasted. Then where the necessary books of accounts and allied records have been properly kept and helps the client in making good deficiencies and inadequacy. So when we do audit, we will tell them this book is missing, this ledger is missing, please keep it. Clear? Cash book is missing, journal is missing. Clear? Many of them don't know that. See, business people, they have no idea as to what we should prepare in the accounts. That's the reason why they appoint accountant. Are you getting my point? Clear? So in this case, we can tell them these are the books you have to keep. It will help them in making the deficiencies better. Meaning, I am not saying deficiency better means make more deficiency. Correct the deficiency. Clear? As an appraisal function, audit reviews the existence and operation of various controls in the organization, reports weaknesses and inadequacies. Clear? When we see internal control, we can tell this is wrong, this is not right. Clear? For example, imagine if you have to audit this device, I will tell, do one thing, sir, you keep a biometric in the door. Clear? You keep a biometric in the door and you only 4 access in a day for every student. Clear? Now 4 access means what? Morning you to come to the class, 1 access. During the break, go out. After the break, come in, and after the last session, go out. That means now after that, can you come in and go out? No. Clear? Now I tell, okay, do that particular, there is a weakness there. You put biometric. I can suggest some steps to overcome their inefficiencies. Clear? Understood? Government may require audited financial statement for certifications and license. Clear? It safeguards the financial interests of persons who are not associated with the management of the entity, whether they are partners, shareholders, bankers, institutions, or public at large. At the end of the day, we are public servants only. If a company has appointed us, if a public company has appointed us, who are we? We are serving public only, So ultimately, their interest also we should take care is the point here. Understood? Clear? Right. Is audit mandatory or voluntary? Huh? Who told? Audit mandatory, huh? Who told? For a company it is mandatory. Clear? Under income tax, if you breach the limit of tax audit, it is mandatory. But there could be voluntary also. So audit can be voluntary, audit can be mandatory. Depends on the law that is applicable for you. Clear? Who appoints the auditor, sir? Usually only one. Nothing, owners. Clear? Owners. In case of a government company, who owns it? Government. CAG represents whom? Government. So in case of government company, who will appoint? CAG. Independent Constitutional Authority. You can see in their website only. Clear? Now in case of a firm, who are the owners of the firm? Partners of the firm. Simple. There might be a situation where appointed by a government authority in accordance with some law or regulation, then they will appoint. Clear? Yes. Right. Sir, to whom should I give report to? Who appointed you? Give it to them. If members appointed you, members. Partners appointed you, partners. CAG appointed you? Yes. Simple. Understood? This is the straightforward formula for it. Who appointed you? They have to get the report. Understood? Clear? Yes. Right. Online guys, please tell me if the sound is clear. Then I'll continue. Yes, it's manageable now, audible. Now tell me, how you is audible? Looks. I'm not asking offline. Sir is not speaking only, and now I'm speaking. Thanks. Right, now is it audible, guys? Yes, right. Let's go. What do you mean by assurance engagement now? Assurance is what? What do you mean by assurance? Assurance, what do you mean by the word assurance? Confidence. Here, so I need to give people what? Confidence. And engagement in a practitioner expresses a conclusion designed to enhance the degree of confidence. Enhance means what? Improve. Enhance means what? Improve. Here, so we are improving, we are increasing the degree of confidence of the intended user other than the responsible party. That means how many people are there? 3 people are there. Who are those? Practitioner, that is you and me. Responsible party, that could be management. Intended users are shareholders. Here, we have an appropriate subject matter. financial statements entirely, or do only asset audit, sir, do only inventory audit, sir. Subject matter is there. Here, suitable criteria, they will tell us what to check against. Sufficient appropriate evidence we need. At the end of the day, without evidence, can you report? No. Finally, you written assurance report in the appropriate form. Clear? This crash course is for how many days? 4. Okay? Right. Meaning of audit, audit versus review. Now, I'll ask simple questions, let's answer. Which has limited assurance, which has reasonable assurance? Audit has? Review has limited assurance. Clear? Where do we put more procedures? Where do we put less procedures? Audit has more procedures. Review has less procedures. Very good. Now, here in reasonable assurance, we do elaborate and extensive procedure. Here we do fewer procedures. You don't have to write fewer at all. Less procedures you write enough. Okay, right? Now sometimes what happens, you tend to write wrong, instead of W, if you write V. One. Clear? Now, we have one type of information called prospective financial information. What do you mean by prospective? Prospective is where we see future. Clear? Futuristic information. Historical means what? Here, so prospective information is based on assumptions about events that will occur in future and possible actions by the entity. Basically, budget, historical or prospective. Forecast. In essence, you have something called as capital budgeting.
Yes.
Right? In that we have future cash flows. Future cash flows. What is this future cash flow means? Cash flow which you will have in cash flow which will have in future. Now, similarly, when we do goodwill valuation, super profit method you have heard? You have heard? I know you are an expert in that, but in that what is that into 3 into 5 number of years of purchase? That is nothing but you are expecting this profit to continue in future. Isn't that assumption now? Yes or no? So all these where we take an assumption about the future and prepare information, that sort of information is called as prospective financial information. Understood? Here. Arthamaita, Manasilayo, Purinjida. Okay, sir. Such an assurance may relate to prospective financial information and not to historical information. It can be forecast, projection, or combination of both. Here, yes, right. Now, full form I know. You should tell me where we use it. All right. What do you mean by essay? Just now I told full form I know. Standards on audit. How do we know? Where do we use essay? When we do audit of historical financial information. Sir, MCQ can be asked on this. Clear? Yes. Then SRE, review engagements, where do we use? Review of historical information. SAE, assurance engagement, other than audit and review. Clear? SRS, standards on related services, agreed upon procedures apart from audit, we use SQC, standards on quality control, where firm's responsibility. So SQC is applicable for who? Firm. SA is applicable for what? Specific audits. Here, SA is applicable for specific audits. SQC is applicable for the firm. Why do we need standards? In this super MCQ was asked. Here, super MCQ was asked. They said, why are we not having this particular purpose? Which of the following is not a purpose? Here, why do we need standard? Number one, sir, established benchmark. What to do? Who will tell us? Standard will tell. Improve quality of financial reporting. If we don't tell how to report, you will report on your own. Yes or no? Now, if I don't tell you how to present the answer, you will write no. You will write a novel. Clear? So we have to have some sort of presentation or some sort of guidance. That guidance who uses? standard will give us. Promote uniformity. Everyone should follow the same. Here, you are not different, you are not different. Everyone should follow the same standard. Equip professional accountants with knowledge and skill. Does everyone know standards? Does everyone know standard? Does your client know standard? Sir, we only don't talk about client. Yes, understood. So, when you learn the standard, you are equipped with professional knowledge and skill. Standard ensures audit. Understood? Clear? But, all these things you study. But in the exam, what they asked? Exact same, but instead of global, they said local. Only that much difference. Clear? What did they do? They put global, they put local. Now, what students will do? They will see, benchmark is there, quality is there, uniformity is there, knowledge and skill is there, audit quality again is there. Clear? I told in the class, when we prepare standards, we went into discussion of syllabus change. Clear? Why we are changing the syllabus? Because globally recognition is required. We can't follow one standard and globally people are following other standards. So to keep at par with global practices, we are supposed to follow standards. Understood? Clear? Be careful. That's why MCQs can be twisted, but you will not even know where they twisted. Clear? So you have to at least give a reading. Alright? Okay, sir. Beauty, nothing you will have to follow. Clear? As an auditor, what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to follow, not only that, you are supposed to document what you followed. Clear? It could be normal procedure or it could be alternate procedure. Point number 2, situation may arise and specific procedure would be ineffective. That time what will I do? I will follow alternate procedure. Now this is what you will see in many standards. Many standards, alternate audit procedure. If this is not giving you results, perform alternate audit procedure. Example, SA 501, which talks about inventory audit, audit evidence specific consideration. Here, where we do, there are 3 things: inventory, litigation and claims, segment reporting. Here, in these 3, when we talk about inventory, there is one situation where attendance is impracticable. We can't go and attend the inventory count at all. That time they will perform alternate procedure. So this alternate procedure we have to follow. Why? The main procedure, if it proves to be inefficient, we have to follow something else. Simple logic I will ask. When you are hungry, can you tell I want biryani only? Now, if availability is there, you take, but biryani is not there. What will you do? Sir, kanji also no problem, sir, but give. Why? Hunger is more important. So we have to report. Here we have to finish that procedure. If this procedure is not giving us result, we have to find a way to go to the other procedure. Understood? Clear? Yes, right. This is your chapter number 1 revision. Clear? That is your nature, scope and objective is done. Clear? Yes, right. Now, chapter number 1 is done. Let's move on to chapter number 11. Yes. People watching on YouTube, please respond. Please put your comments whether you have understood, whether it's going good. Yes, right. All right. Shall we begin with chapter number 11? Yes, what is the chapter name? Ethics and terms of. Just quickly give one more notification in chapter 1, limitations, inherent limitations done, advantages, clear. These 3 areas with our main objectives. Clear? With our main objective. What is main objective? Yeah, now that part can be linked with limitations and asked. Clear? Due to inherent limitations, an order can give only reasonable assurance. Clear? So be careful in these three areas when they can draft questions in chapter number 1. That does not mean they will not ask in others, but these are the most preferred areas in chapter number 1 because of students they have to understand why we are giving fair view, why we are giving only reasonable assurance, even though we are checking so much. Yeah, this is the mindset they want to test. All right. Next, chapter number 11 talks about what? Ethics and terms of engagement. What do you mean by ethics? What do you mean by ethics? Morals. Yes, what is right, what is wrong. Now, why do we have to study this chapter, sir? Let's try to understand the requirement of this chapter for those who have done self-study or those who do not know why this chapter is there but still studying. It's there in syllabus, sir. That's why we are studying. Then the reason why this particular chapter is there. See, sir, we don't know or what. We know, but are we following? Are we following is the question. Is lying good habit? Huh? Bad? Bad? Huh? Is lying good habit or bad habit? Bad habit. That means every time you will tell the truth only. 100% of the time you tell the truth. Any time night 3 o'clock I slap and get up and tell me the truth. You tell the truth only? No. You will also lie now. You will also lie. That means you know lying is bad and still you lie. Clear? Now, you do anything you want in your personal life. ICA says, when you are an auditor and when you are a member of the institute, what you should follow, I will tell. How you should behave with the client, I will tell, because you are my representative. When you go there, you are using the CA, no? CA so and so, when you say, obviously they will understand that you are representing ICAI. Now, if I allow you to follow your own ethics, you will tell, sir, this is right for me. Ethics is nothing what is right for me and what is not right for me. Yes or no? Simple language. I do not want your ethics to be followed in my institute. Clear? Understood? So, if I want you to represent me, you follow my ethics, especially in audit. Clear? If they didn't tell also, we would have followed the same, or may not be. But to avoid that risk, what are they saying? I will tell you what are the ethics that you have to follow. So, these 5 things are we called as fundamental principles. What are the fundamental principles? Remember? PCCO. Integrity. P. Professional behavior. Then C. Professional competence, confidentiality, and we have objectivity. What do you mean by integrity, sir? Straightforwardness and honest. Tell your client whatever it is. Do not hide information. Sir, client has to pay penalty. If I tell, he will leave me, sir. Should I tell? Yes, your mistake. You should still tell. Okay? Your mistake, you should still tell. That's what we call as integrity. Yep. They may leave you. They may leave you, but they will also tell you are honest. Understood? Now, fair dealing and truthfulness. So, whatever is the case presented in front of them, this is a case. Just to get the client, do not lie. Now, imagine you are someone who specializes in direct taxation. Yep. Now, if I am a client and I will come and tell, now you are not an expert in company compliances. Yep. Now, I will come and tell, sir, I actually want company compliances. Now, to get me what you will tell, company compliances I will do. Be honest with me. You don't know. You don't know company compliances. But it's a different matter that you have people to do it. Yep. If you say, no, we do it, don't worry. And you have an expert doing it, no problem. But when you don't know to do it, clear, you should not accept the work if you don't have resources for it. Ultimately, who will suffer? Client will suffer. I told you a case where a client was told form a company, nothing will happen. Clear? GST every month filing was done. He was paying money, but he did not file only. Ultimately, who suffered now? The company became inactive company. Remember that example we discussed in the class? That should not happen. So, where integrity was not there. Clear? Next, fine. Shall not knowingly be associated where information or the accountant believes information contains materially false or point to be noted knowingly. Clear? Sir, company is going for public offer. Clear? It could be IPO, FPO, whatever it is. Sir, I was involved in the prospectus making. And in the prospectus, I knew there was a misleading statement. And I was still a part of it. Do I have integrity? No. Understood? Clear? Objectivity. What do you mean by objectivity? Do not compromise professional judgment because of what? And you, sir, your relative is in the management. Clear? Your relative is in the management. My question to you, should you take up the audit? Sure. Your father's firm requires an auditor. You will not take up. Your father will come and tell, take it up. What will it tell? No. No means? No. Now your mother will come and tell. Mother comes and tell, will tell us. Now your mother will come and tell, from childhood he has given everything for you. Now will you accept it? Still no. Why? Tomorrow, if something wrong happens, will you be able to face? No. So let's not get into that zone only. Clear? So you should in hand and sir, objectivity may not come only because you have not taken up the audit. But imagine you have taken up the audit. Here, now they are trying to influence you. Should you get influenced? Now imagine there is a fraud done by them. Okay? Amount 5,000 crores. They will tell, don't worry sir, 10% yours. How much? First example, yeah, 500 crores I'll give. Will you accept it? 500 crores, lifetime, full done, generations together can live. Invest at least 250 crores, at least 8% you will get interest now. No, sir. No, this is they are trying to influence you. Bias means what? Being partial. You are not giving your opinion, you are giving someone else's opinion now. Just that someone else should become better. Clear? You should not do that. You shall not undertake any professional activity if the circumstance or relationship unduly influences the accountant's professional judgment. Unbiased opinion won't be possible, sir. Understood? Clear? Yes. What is professional competence and due care means? You have to always attain. Attain means what? Get and maintain. Clear? What? Professional knowledge and skill. Why should I maintain, sir? So that to ensure our employees, people who employ us, they get better service. Clear? Our client should get better service. Now, when a client comes to me and tells, sir, I actually want direct tax compliances. Can I tell him, 2015, this was the law? No. What is the law currently? As per that, I am supposed to comply. That means I have to be updated. Clear? And when I keep myself updating, I can give better service to the clients. Understood? Yes. Then, act carefully, thoroughly, and on a timely basis in accordance with requirements of an assignment. This is called as diligence. Example. See, to understand these examples are extremely important. Clear? Sentence will tell one thing, but since you do not have a background of audit, that is practical background of audit, it will be a little difficult for you to understand. Imagine ROC has issued notice to my client saying within 30 days you have to send this response. My client does not know what is response. My client does not know what is ROC notice. He will come and just give me one piece of paper saying, what? Something has come, sir, see. Now I saw 30 days I am supposed to respond. Clear? Diligence means I am supposed to respond within 30 days. Clear? Not negligently keeping it on my table and forgetting about it. Clear? That's what they're telling. Act carefully, act thoroughly on a timely basis. 30 days is 30 days only. Clear? Do not respond at a later stage. Clear? What is confidentiality? Maintaining the secrecy of the information. Do not share the information unless client allows you to share. Here, see, when a client comes and shares, we all are financial doctors, no? Clear? Auditors, CAs are nothing but financial doctors. We help them in understanding their finances better. Yes. Now, when they come and share many things with us, should we go and tell it to outsiders? Do you know how much is his income? Do you know how much is bank balance? No. Why? Confidentiality. That's why. Do you like your doctor if he tells about your problems to someone without your permission? Same logic applicable for us. When a client comes and shares information with us, we are not supposed to share that information with anyone. That sort of confidentiality feature every auditor should have. It serves the public interest because it facilitates free flow of information from accountant's client to the accountant because of confidentiality. Understood? Here, it may be disclosed when, if client says disclose itself, no problem. Here, if it is required by law, sir, law is not inferior to anyone. Law is superior. If court says you have to disclose this, can you say no confidentiality? I have to because there's an order. Here, but yes, we have to also check other regulations if it permits us. Here, yes. Now on this question can be drafted. Clear? Confidentiality should you share? Now we have to take care of what? If it is required by law or it is authorized by the client or the employer. Employer here does not mean employer-employee. Employer means I am taking a service. If that fellow allows me, then I can go ahead and disclose the information. Understood? Yes. Professional behavior meaning what? Comply with relevant laws and regulations. Don't guide them to non-compliance. Clear? You will have a lot of ifs. No? What if we pay only penalty? Why to spend, sir? Why should we spend on CSR, sir? We will only pay penalty, no? Much better, no? Do you have professional behavior? This is what I advise clients. Don't do CSR, pay penalty. This is what you advise? No. See, you are a CA. Clear? When you are a CA, there are two ways people look at you. Don't forget CA. When you tell you are doing CA, only people are surprised. Yes? One genuinely surprised. Second, shock. See you. Here, now, after you become CA, there are two types of reactions you will get. When you are doing good in life, like you become CA, you maybe put up a practice or maybe go for an employment, wherever you are. Now you tell I am a CA, two types of reactions you will get. Oh, you are a CA. That means what? Out of respect they are asking, you are a CA. Both statement is same. Your work. If you are guiding your client in a bad way, that client will go and tell others, no. Who told this? Obviously my CA told, pay penalty. People will tell, Niyalla, are you a CA? Is this how professionals behave? Clear? That thing should not come, because if that comes, fingers are not raised on you. Fingers are pointed at institute. Because as a kid, if you do anything wrong, they will not talk to you. They will not talk about you. The blame is not on you. The blame is on parents. Manners you did not give. Culture you did not give. What sort of nurturing you have done? Same thing. Who is a parent for us? ICA. Who guides us what we are supposed to do? ICA. So if we do anything wrong, people will raise on questions on ICA. That's the reason ICA told, boss, this is about my prestige. So follow these. Here, IPCCO. Remember. What is I? Corrective intelligence. P. Professional behavior. C. Professional competence, and you can see confidentiality and objectivity. Right. Next, what we should have? Independence. What do you mean by independence? Independence? Not. Very good. commerce student proved what is independent, not dependent. Active wise, passive wise. What is independence of auditors? Giving an opinion without fear, without any influence, without bias. Here, so without being scared of anything, we are supposed to give our opinion, and that is what we call as independence of auditors. Now, there are two legs on which independence stands. Number one, independence of meaning what mindset. The way you think, you should not be influenced by anyone. It's a state of mind where you are giving an opinion without being affected by what? Influences, allowing the individual to act with integrity, exercise objectivity, and professional skepticism. Clear? So you should allow the auditor, you should be allowed to give your opinion freely. That is what we call as independence of mind. Then what is independence in appearance? What do you mean independence in appearance? The way you behave, the way you show your personality, the way you work should give a feeling to a third party that you are not biased. You are not taking sides. Here, you are true. What you hear both the parties. Here, when you hear both the parties and then you tell this is what it is, we say, okay, you are independent person. You should not avoid any facts or circumstance. They have not avoided, but you should not avoid facts or circumstance that are so significant. Which is so significant? These facts. These facts are so significant that the third party would reasonably conclude that you don't have integrity, you don't have objectivity, and you don't have any professional skepticism. This is when they say, okay, your independence is not that. Understood? Clear? Yes. What are the threats to independence, sir? Self-interest threats, sir. Then, wait. You tell, I'll wait. Okay? I don't know. Self-interest threats. Self-review threats. Then, advocacy threats. Remuneration threats, sir. Okay. Familiarity threats, sir. Then, intimidation threats. What do you mean by self-interest threats? Self-interest threats means where auditor will first see his interest. Here, now, for example, you take loan from an client. Why? For a client or for you? For you. Here, you see financial interest first. Here, these are the threats you will face in the audit. Direct financial interest are materially significant. Indirect financial interest. What do you mean by indirect financial interest? Sir, don't give loan to me, but give loan to my family. Agreeing my point? Loan or guaranteed to or from the concerned client. You should not take loan also. You should not give loan also. Clear? Till here I am getting one example. Okay. Old movie. Okay. Basha. Where one auto driver will come and ask loan from Rajnikant. I am actually marrying, conducting marriage for my sister. I need some money. That time we tell, kada vaangiradhu thappu, kada kudukuradhu thappu. Clear? Same thing. Taking loan also is problem. Giving loan also is a problem because in both cases your interest is there. When you give loan, you get interest. Clear? When you take loan, not the paying interest part, you are taking loan because there is an emergency to serve and somebody came and helped you. Now, what will that fellow do when imagine you found a fraud? Will you report? He will tell, when no one gave you loan, I gave you. Yes, emotional, he will blackmail and you will end up giving. If you are able to draw a line that that is different, this is different, but institute says you don't even have to draw the line. I will not let you only draw the line. Clear? Don't need this is there, it's a pure self-interest that undue dependence on a client fees. Sir, I have 3 clients. My entire office will run on 3 clients. One of the client takes care of 80% of my expense. Clear? Because of his fees, 80% of my expense is taken care. Now, tomorrow if I find a fraud in his entity, should I report or should I not report? But he'll come and tell, if I go 80% of your expense on, what will you do? Now you tell. Sitting here, what is there? report, sir. Or the client is a report. But what will you do? Practically, when you are there, you are actually in a situation now. Should we report or should we not report? Yeah, because imagine you put up a lavish office now. Yeah, fixed assets, spent, capital expenditure, gone over the roof. Yeah, now EMI and all you have to pay, and client says, I'm leaving you. Now, what will you do? Now, what will you do? See, no response. That means you're thinking, should I report or should I not report? You have to report as what? They say, if you're not reporting, that means you're actually compromising on IOP, integrity, objectivity. Understood? Clear? Yes. Right. Close business relationship with an audit client. You have a client, but you're also having business with him. Clear? Not a relationship, business relationship you have with him. Okay? Imagine my audit client is there. He is telling, sir, we'll start a business. I said, okay. So he's my audit client also, but he's going and starting a business with him also. Tomorrow, if I report here, that business will be affected. So if I give biased report, independence is gone. Clear? Potential employment with the client. So he will tell, don't worry, I will give you more work. You give this report, I'll get 10 more clients. You have only 3, no? I'll get 10 more clients by next month if you do this report. Now, is it okay if I sign a report where I'm not verified? No. Contingent fees for audit engagement. You give this report, 10% yours. You give this report, whatever outcome comes, 10% yours. Can I do that? No, not right. Yep. Then we have self-review. What do you mean by self-review? You are only preparing paper, you are only writing the answer, you are only evaluating, and you are only concluding you are a rank holder. Yeah, no logic in this. So they are telling, during a review of any judgment or conclusion in the previous audit or non-audit engagement, or when a member of the team was previously a director or senior employee of the client. Very good. My team member was a senior employee, he is only reviewing the judgment. And if he finds he has made error, will he come and tell me? No way. He will simply hide somewhere. Hide this information, don't tell anyone. So it's a self-review. What am I supposed to do? Can I avoid this? Yes. How? Don't involve him in audit only. In the team, don't involve him. Put him in some other client's audit. Here. Right. When a member of the team was previously a director, auditor having recently been director or senior officer, perform services that themselves are subject matters of audit. Basically, what you did, you should not review. Or what your team did, they should not review. Work someone else should do, review someone else should do. Advocacy threats. What does advocacy threats mean? What does advocacy threat mean? You are taking client's side now. Here. You are defending your client. You defend when he is right. But when you are defending when he is wrong, that will create a threat going forward now. Here, where it occurs when the auditor promotes, what is the promote? Pushes. Here, or perceived to promote client's opinion to a point where people believe objectivity is compromised. So they are telling, see, you defend your client. When he is right, you defend. But don't defend to a point where people will believe that you are biased. You should defend. Now, 2 people are there in front of me. I will talk for him also, I will talk for him also. But if I talk more for him, what will you see? Bias. Understood? That should not happen. When an auditor deals with shares or securities of the audited company, obviously, why? I have a share. I have a share in the company, I have a security of the company with me. If I give bad report, company share price will come down. So I'll give good report. Understood? Now if I have to give good report, I have to defend my client. He has done wrong, but what am I telling? They have not done wrong. That is actually wrong. Becomes the client's advocate in litigation and third party dispute. Never ever in the dispute become your auditors, your client's legal person. Here, stay away from these things because people, how they see, we don't know. Here, there could be a point where you are defending them. Let's not involve in this. So, all these threats why we are studying is not that you should not take up the audit which has these threats. This is one mistake students do. What mistake? Not that you should not take up audit. Can you manage the threats? Now, when you are going in two-wheeler, is there a risk of accident? Then why are you still going? Why are you still going? We can manage. Yeah, we can definitely manage. You know how to ride two-wheeler? Yes. You know some people know how to ride four-wheeler? Do one thing, no. Take a jet and go. That is also a mode of travel only, no. But why are you not going? There is also threat and risk, but we don't know how to handle that situation. Similarly, in audit, if you are able to handle the threats, handle it. If you are not able to handle the threats, don't get involved in it. Understood? Clear? Now, familiarity threats. What do you mean by familiarity? Family, familia. Meaning what? Not family. Meaning what of the threats? Self-evident. Then alter forms. Relationships with the client where they end up being too sympathetic. You feel so bad. You feel pity. What will you do now? You will take their side only. No? Where will you do? Unbiased opinion. Here, imagine client will come and tell, sir, this is my retiring time, sir. If you report my life is gone, sir, what to do, sir? I don't have any other income, sir. And you will tell, okay, fine, sorry, I will not give what is a bad report, I will give very good report. He will retire nicely. You will go for massage. Remember, free pickup. Here, you will make new friends, new uniform will be given to you. Here, do you want all those things? Don't want. Here, so if you become sympathetic, but not too sympathetic where you end up compromising your IPO. What is IPO? Integrity, professional, skepticism, and objectivity. Yep, these three things you should not compromise at all times. Okay. Close relative working in senior position, and I told you this. In these cases, please do not take up the audit at all, unless you know how to manage it. Close relative, no problem. Relative means what? Would be, if my parents are there, should I take it up? No. My brother, sister is there. Unless you hate them, or you are not in talking terms, I will find a fraud, I will report, do it. Yeah. But imagine your spouse is there. Spouse is, okay, not spouses. Spouse is there in the management. Here, will you take up the audit? Should you take up the audit? Why? Why? So, sir, I won't be able to take unbiased decisions. Yeah? But if you are able to still take unbiased decisions, then also salute. Yeah? Where you don't care about the family, duty comes first. That level of commitment if you have, go ahead. Yeah? Former partner being a director or senior employee of the client. Your previous partner is currently a director now. Obviously, you'll have a bond of close friend. Here, long association between auditors and their specific client counterparts. Acceptance of significant gifts of hospitality. This was asked. This was asked in the exam. Here, for the entire team, see, I may not discuss the question separately. As and when the concept comes, I'll tell this was asked in the exam. Here, in one of the last attempts, they had asked, the client sponsored the entire audit team's holiday. They stay, they travel, everything, flight tickets, business class, resort booking and all. Now, aren't you actually taking significant hospitality from the client? Now, will you be able to give unbiased opinion? Now, there are people who will still give. Yeah? They will tell, hey, these are not threats for me. I will still give. No issues, you give it. Yeah? Intimidation threats. What do you mean by intimidation? What do you mean by intimidation? Currently one meme is trending now. That Telugu dialogue guy, that wow, nice chi guy. Here, the way he explains like this and all. Here, what do you mean? I am trying to scare you by telling what? I will not give you a piece. What will you do? Here, I will do this to you. I will do that to you. So, I will file a case on you. Here, now, if you have such clients, should you take up? Who am I to tell you to not take up? If you are able to handle, take it up. Yeah, they are not telling these are, these will be there. These are the type of threats you may face. What are you supposed to do? If you are able to handle, take it up. If you are not able to handle, don't take it up. Here, so threats of replacement or disagreement. If you don't agree with me, I'll replace you. Don't be scared of it. Pressure to disproportionately reduce work in response to reduced audit fees. I'll give you less fees, work less. Don't be scared of it. Being threatened with a litigation. So I'm filing a case for you if you don't do this. Don't get scared. If you are able to handle it, still go ahead and give your opinion. But these are the threats an auditor might face in his career. Yeah. Now, what am I supposed to do? Put safeguards. How do I put safeguards? Before taking on any work, you must thoroughly consider whether it involves threat. If yes, either desist from the task. What do you mean by desist? Stop. Desist means what? Stop. Or put in place safeguards to eliminate them. Yeah. Either don't take up only or take up and put safeguards around you. If you are not able to put safeguards, it is better you do not accept the work. Understood? There are two types of people. Tell me. Number one. Yes, correct. Right. Yeah. Number one. Sir, if threats are there, what am I supposed to do? Online, you go to the chat box. Here, I want response. I want to see your response. Tell me. Don't take it up. Here, don't want to take only. But if I have confidence that I can manage this, then place safeguards. Now, when I'm putting safeguards also, I am coming to a conclusion that I tried, sir, but I am not able to do it. It is better you do not take it up at all. Understood? Clear? Yes. Right. Now we come to the third topic of independence and other ethics of professional skepticism. What do you mean by professional skepticism, sir? Very good. Includes what? Questioning with an attitude that has questioning mind, being alert to condition, critical assessment of audit evidence. The entire professional skepticism lies on three legs. One is, number two, being alert to condition. Number three, critical assessment of audit evidence. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Now, what are they trying to tell? It includes three things. No? Again, can you please tell me what is it? 29. Being alert to conditions. So, can I say, professional skepticism is nothing but A, B, C. What is A? Attitude of questioning mind. What do you mean by B? Yes, being alert to conditions. And what is C? Very good. Critical assessment of audit evidence. Not just assessment, critical assessment. What do you mean by critical assessment? In depth, be very careful. Here, now here we had seen the example of mother. Here, you want to go to Goa with your friends. Here, will your mother allow you to go directly? Everyone? No. Your mother will start having professional skepticism. What is that? Questioning mind. What are the questions she'll ask you? Where are you going? With whom are you going? How are you going? Where are you staying? How many people are there? How many girls in there? How many boys in there? Boys will tell only boys' name, girls will tell only girls' name. Here, all these questions she'll ask. And she will not stop there. She is alert of conditions also. Here, the way you talk on the phone. Here, the way you pack bags, what you pack there also she will see. Here, yes, then critical assessment of evidence. She got evidence. Now she will assess it properly. Here, every your mothers are the only persons without notification. They do video calls. Here, why? To check what you are doing where you are. Understand? You are on the beach, but you will take temple. So you will do video call. Yes or no? Here, nothing but the professional skepticism only. He is the best example of auditor. Yeah, that's what we do here. What do we do? Sir, three things. Now, the next question, students usually get confused here is because the next point is only for point number B. Here, the next point is only for what? Point number B. Because we professional skepticism includes being alert to following conditions, which is that number one, contradicts other audit evidence. Sir, I got debtor told 10,000, but I have an evidence that the credit sales is 20,000. So on the same information, I have two different evidence contradicting. Number two, information that brings into question reliability of documents. I am not able to rely on the documents. I'll start asking more questions. I am alert to the conditions now. Here, conditions that may indicate possible fraud. Circumstances and need for procedures. In addition to those required by Excel, meaning more efforts I need. More efforts I have to put. If more efforts I am supposed to put, I should be alert to the condition. Why, sir? Every audit I put only 3 steps. Here I am putting 5 steps. 3 days I take, then here I am taking 5 days. Why? Here, maintaining skepticism throughout the audit is necessary to reduce risk of what? Overlooking unusual circumstances. See, unusual circumstances will happen, but you should be careful. You should not overlook. There is a difference between overlook and oversee. What does overlook means? Ignore. Here, oversee is what? Monitor. Overgeneralizing conclusions. Here, generalize, but don't overgeneralize. Using inappropriate assumptions, sufficiency and appropriateness of evidence obtained in light of the circumstances. In these areas, you should have alertness, being alert to such conditions. Can be asked in the exam as to what are the situations where an auditor should be alert to conditions. Here, could be asked in the exam. Now, we have 3 standards to cover quickly. SA 210, 220, SQC 1. Here, right. As for SA 210, what is SA 210? Agreeing to the terms of audit engagement. Now, what is the objective of the standard? See, objective of standard is different, objective of audit is different. What is the objective of audit? Objective of audit. Reasonable assurance and a report. To reach that objective, I have to follow standards. And every standard has an objective. So if I am taking, see, logic, I will tell you how to see standards. Here, students who have no idea of how do I select the standards, why do I study, where do I apply? Here, auditing, the main problem for students is how do I tackle standards? Where do I apply in case studies? Here, this is the main problem. You are very good at knowing the content. Application of the content is where you need a proper guidance. Here, now imagine you have various type of outfits at home. Do you wear a wedding outfit and sleep at home? No. Do you wear house outfit and go to a function? No. Here, now why am I talking like this, sir? Every outfit has its own objective. Here, similarly, every standard has its own objective. You do not use every standard everywhere. Essay towards you clearly talks about agreeing to the terms of engagement. So when do I use this standard? When I am talking to my clients and when I am agreeing to the engagement, I am supposed to use this standard. How do I agree? What point should I see? Who will guide me? Standards will guide me. So these standards are like outfitting your wardrobe. You don't pick every day, but whenever that situation comes, you pick that. So what is the situation is what you have to understand in every standard. Except 210 situation is what? Sir, the objective is to accept or continue the engagement only when the basis upon which it is performed has been agreed. Meaning, when will I use except 210, sir? When I have to take a decision about should I accept or continue or reject. What do you mean by accept? New client coming in, should I accept him? What do you mean by continue? Existing client is there, should I continue with this fellow? Here or not? In both cases, accept or not, not means reject. Continue or not means reject. Understood? So this standard will give us an answer. Should we accept or continue or should we not? Got it? Clear. Every standard you have to ask why are we using it, where are we using it. That's when you will be able to ace case study based questions. You want to ace case study based questions, get to know why standard is there, where are we using it. When you see the question, you will understand that SA 210 is applicable here. Understood? Clear? Now, how do we agree to the terms, sir? Either by putting preconditions for an audit. It should be present. Preconditions. Meaning after audit or before audit? Before audit. Very good. Number two, and confirming that there is a common understanding between me and you. If you are not on the same page, we can't do audit. You have two things I have to confirm. Number one, preconditions should be present. Number two, common understanding should be there between what? Auditor and management. Understood? Clear? Now, only two things will be seen in SA 210. Then we will see recurring audits and other aspects. Preconditions. What is preconditions? Sir, these 2 points should be present. What are these 2 points? FRS is acceptable or no? Sir, I am expert in, let's say, trust audit. When somebody, when a client comes, who is a company, should I accept it? I have to first check whether FRS is acceptable or no. If I know how to report for a company, then I can accept it. If I don't know how to report for a company, I should not accept it. Number two, obtain the agreement from the management. Very, very important point. Here, extremely important point. Obtain agreement from management about what? Number one, preparation of financial statements as per AFRS. Do not write AFRS in the exam. Here, write applicable financial reporting framework only. Understood? Here, so preparation of financial statement, whose responsibility? Management. For internal control as management consider necessary. ICS preparation. Whose responsibility? Management. Preparation of FS also is there. Managing ICS also is there. Third one, they will give us three things. One is, whatever information you have, I need to get the access. Example, one question I have, can I ask the board meeting minutes book? Board meeting minutes book, can I have access to it? It has confidential, price sensitive information. Can I have access to it? You have to give access to all information. Otherwise, how will I be able to take a conclusion? Here, additional information that I may request for the purpose of work purpose only you should ask. You also should have some sense. Here, third, unrestricted access to what? Persons within the, from whom the audit determines it is necessary for me to obtain evidence. That means for internal people, unrestricted access. What is unrestricted access? I am free to ask any question to anyone without your permission. But unrestricted access to people outside the area not available. Example, debtor, creditors. Here, now, I will not give you unrestricted access there. You should ask me. Meaning what? You should go through me only. Clear? Yes? This is very important. Extremely important to understand the standard. Let's say 505. What is SA 505? What is SA 505? External. Now, debtor is external confirmation. Yes. So, should I get unrestricted access? Should I get unrestricted access? No. Clear? Yes. Right. Now, agreement on engagement terms. You have to prepare something called as audit engagement letter. Here, what do you have to prepare? Audit engagement letter or other suitable form of written agreement. What are the contents? Question. What are the contents? Number one, objective and scope of audit. Which one objective? First objective, reasonable assurance and reporter. Just put your scope. Why are you here? What scope you have to? What is your area? Mark your boundary. Here, auditor responsibility, management responsibility. Identification of AFRS and expected form and content of report. And with a disclaimer that actual report may be differing. Like in Amazon, there are images for representation purpose only. Actually, it may differ. Yes. So, expected form you have to tell how the report might look. Now, I am not telling you this report only. Why? What if you lie to me? What if information is different now? During the audit, I found a fraud. Why should I give you same report? I might give you other reports. Understood? What happens if the preconditions are not present? First, discuss the matter with management. Listen, thumb rule in the audit, don't directly withdraw. Clear? Don't directly withdraw. if anything, if you have any problem, first thing, go and talk. Be vocal about it. These difficult conversations you have to have with the management. Sir, what happened? Why are you not giving the letter? Why are you not giving us access? Discuss with the management. If you feel, sir, these reasons are really unreasonable, sir, then withdraw. But there is a chance of them giving you information. No, take that chances. What? Standard says, you shall not accept the proposed audit engagement if you determine FRS to be applied, it is unacceptable. Sir, I can't accept the financial reporting framework, don't accept. If agreement of management is not obtained, they are not giving representation agreement only. These two things. If these two things are not there, please do not accept as what they are telling. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Limitation of scope before you start the audit only should be accepted. Before you start only, they are putting limitation. What is limitation? Restriction. Don't do this, don't do that. Sir, such a limited engagement I will not accept. Shall not accept such a limited engagement as an audit engagement unless required by law. Here, generally, law will not ask you to do all these things. Here, yes, right. Acceptance of change in engagement. Sir, suddenly in between the audit they come and tell, sir, don't do this audit, do something else. Should I change? Should I change my engagement? No, I told you, in audit, don't directly take a decision. Don't directly take a decision always. What are you supposed to do? Ask why. What is the reason? What is the issue? You have to ask. So what is the situation? An auditor who before the completion of his engagement requested to change an engagement to one which provides lower level of assurance, meaning I am doing audit. Now he is telling, sir, don't do audit, do review. Now review will give lower level of assurance. Audit will give higher level of assurance. He is asking me to audit or review. He is asking you to audit or review. Review is better or audit is better? Audit is better. Here, now in that case, I am actually doing audit. He comes and tells what? Do review, sir. Now, if it increases the confidence, if assurance level increases, no problem, this situation will not arise. But if assurance level is reducing or decreasing, that is when this situation will come. Should I do first, what are you supposed to do? Ask why. What are the circumstances? See, request can come due to three reasons. Number one, changes in circumstances affecting the need. Situation is that I don't want to do audit, sir. Number two, misunderstanding as to nature of audit. He did not understand what I was trying to tell him. Simply gave acceptance. Letter, everything is given. Then he understood, so you're doing audit? No, do review, sir. I misunderstood, sorry. Here, third, restriction on scope. In these three things, consider carefully the reason given for request. There are three reasons possible. One is circumstance change, misunderstanding, and restriction on scope of engagement. Here, now imagine Mr. C has come for request. Here, M for misunderstanding, R for restriction, C for circumstances. Here, Mr. C. Should I accept Mr. C? First, I have to discuss what is the reason you are giving. If the reason is this or this, I can accept. But if the reason is this, no. Restriction on scope is not to be tolerated at all. Here, right? Okay. So, auditor's decision not to accept or to accept. First, conclude that there is reasonable justification to change. Now, what is considered as reasonable justification? I told you only M and C. What is M? Misunderstanding. What is C? Change in circumstances. If these two things are there, we can consider it as reasonable. But if it is not there, do not consider it as reasonable. Now, if the audit work performed complied with, essay is applicable to the change in engagement, report issued would be appropriate for the revised terms. Meaning, those two things if you are given, it is reasonable, accept the new terms, prepare the report based on new terms. Here, now in the new report, do not include two things. What is that? Don't talk about original engagement and don't talk about any procedures that you have performed in the original engagement. Basically, why are you talking about your past? Don't talk about your past. Gatam. Here, what has happened. Don't talk it in the new report. Reason, people will get confused. What is that? We are talking about audit also, we are talking about review also. What decision I am supposed to take? Here, do not confuse them. So, if you have accepted the new terms, audit as per the new terms, prepare the report as per the new terms, give the new report. But in new report, don't talk about old engagement. Understood? Here, sir, if there is no reasonable justification, do not agree at all. As simple as that. If you feel, sir, reasonable justification is not there, don't agree. Here, sir, okay. Now the terms are changed. I have to record the new terms. In what letter again? Engagement letter. If you are unable to agree to the change and management is not asking you to, not letting you to continue, what should I do, sir? What should I do? They are, see, I am not agreeing to the new terms. And management is saying, I will not let you continue with the old terms. Okay, sir, no problem, I will withdraw. Because I don't have any other problem. Here, and I will check whether I have an obligation to report. Like, should I tell ROC, should I tell SEBI, should I tell management, should I tell partners that I am leaving because your people are not letting me do my work. So, see whether you have to respond to them or no. Yep, very easy standard. Very easy standard. Yep. Okay, sir. Now we have something called as recurring audits. What is recurring audits? Audit which we do again and again every year for the same client. Clear? Now in this case, should we change the terms or should we keep the terms same? Should we revise or should we keep the same? I told you in audit you will never ask, you will never take decision right away. Here, sometimes we will change, sometimes we will keep it same. What are the situations where we have to change the terms? It's a question of point number 2. Here, I will highlight one word that you have to see in the question. That is nothing but factors. We will draft a new term. Here, rely on special terms. Terms got changed mutually. Change of management, change in ownership, change in entity's nature or size of business. Previously it was only one branch, now 10 branches. Here, previously it was one business, now 10 business. Obviously terms will be different. Change in legal or regulatory requirements. Previously 4 reports, now I am giving 14 reports. Should the terms be changed? Yes, because work is more now. Here, change in FRF adopted in preparation of financial statements. Sir, from normal balance sheet we are preparing now. Schedule 3. Here, now I have to work a little more because reporting framework has changed. Here, change in other reporting requirements. Example. From CARO 2016 we have gone to CARO 2020. Here, now that means from 16 clauses we have gone to 21 clauses. I have to work more now. Here, so terms should be different. Understood? Clear? Yes, right. Now this is your essay 210, that is agreeing to the terms of engagement. Here, now we are left with one topic here, that is essay 220 and SQC 1, which talks about audit quality. Both will be doing simultaneously. Okay, don't be scared. Logic is very simple. Both are same. One is for audit, one is for firm. Yeah. But we'll take a break. We'll take a break of 20 minutes. Yeah. And then we'll continue with the topic. Alright.
The mic is already connected, sir. New mic is connected. Yeah, that we have got it, sir. Okay. 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 Okay, sir. So right now, shall I take a demo, sir? Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm right in front of the camera now, sir. Can you speak now? Okay. Okay. iPad, so pencil is getting charged, sir. That's right. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Hello. 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 Excuse me. Is it audible? It's audible, right? And how is it now? Is there any difference between? No difference, right? One second. One second. Hello. 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 Is there any difference? No difference, right? Hello. 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 Is it audible? It's audible, but is there any difference? Is there any difference? Now there is a difference now. Yeah, is it audible? It's audible enough. Okay. It's audible, no? Great. Hello. But if we use that mic, the variable mic, that beep sound is computer. It's new one only. No, not that, sir. Sir, 1 second. Shall I video call? Yeah, yes, okay. ഏട്ടാ നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ ഒരു 80 മൈക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ലേ, ആ 80 മൈക്ക് ക്ലാസിന്റെ സമയത്ത് മാറ്റി എടുത്ത് പോസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടപ്പോ ആ സമയത്ത് മാറ്റി. പിന്നെ അതിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്ന ഒരു മൈക്ക് ഇതിൽ കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ആവശ്യമില്ലാത്തത്. അപ്പൊ അത് വെച്ചിട്ട് ഇവിടെ സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. അത് അത്ര ഒത്തിരി പക്ഷേ എന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ കുറെ ഡിവൈസ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ അടുത്ത് പിന്നെ ഇതിന് ഗെയിനും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഓക്കെ ആണല്ലോ അല്ലെ?
Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material, chart notes, test series and much more. The best news is all these things are provided at just 1,250 rupees. Check it out. Hi guys, if you're doing CA, CS or CMA, you need to check out ArivuPro app. This app offers you recorded classes, study material.
Sorry? Until 7? 7:30? Huh? Huh?
Sir, actually we are unable to select the iPad, sir. I don't know. Okay. Yes, yes.
Okay, let's continue. Yes. Please confirm if the voice is clear online. Yes. Is it clear? Let me know if audio is good. Alright, let's continue then. Now we are talking about what? SA 220 and SQC 1. What is the main difference between SA 220 and SQC 1? Huh? Yes, SA 220 talks about. Huh? SA 220 talks about what? Correct. Respond. Marathon is important. SA 220 talks about what? Firm, or SQC 1 talks about firm? SQC 1 talks about firm and SA 220 talks about what? Engagement. Which engagement? Audit engagement. SA is applicable for what? Only audit engagement. Clear? So SQC 1 requires that firm should establish system of quality control by our whatever services the firm is giving. It should be good. It should have quality, and that's the reason why SQC 1 is mentioned. Right. What are the different elements of SQC 1? Number 1, leadership responsibilities. Who should take the leadership responsibilities in SQC 1? It's always a firm's CEO, firm's managing partner. Right. These people should have experience, sufficient appropriate experience, ability and authority. So this is very important. Point number 2 is important element number 1. Second, ethical responsibilities. So the firm should establish policies and procedures so that the entire firm and the personnel, what do you mean the personnel, staff, articles, managers, everyone should have ethical requirements. All ethical requirements, integrity, professional behavior, objectivity, all these things, these people should have. Right? Communicate its independence requirements to its personnel. Firm should try to communicate. There should be a policy to communicate. How it could be in writing, it could be through notice board, it could be through induction program. Now induction program means 15 days the orientation program might be there. So how you communicate it to them. With regards to independence, identify and check whether there are any situation that creates threats. If yes, take action to eliminate or reduce them. If nothing is possible, you can withdraw. Ensure all breaches should be promptly notified to whom? To the firm. Whatever client tells them, you have to report it to the firm. Third one, acceptance and continuance of client relationship. What we should evaluate? Integrity of the client. Forget about us. Does the client have integrity? Is what we have to check. How do we get to know about their integrity, sir? They will not tell. Here, now which liar will tell I am lying? Which thief will tell I am a thief? I will not know. So through outside sources you get to know through what? Identity and business reputation, nature of his operation, what type of business he is operating, information concerning the attitude of the owner. Here, then whether the client is aggressively going to maintain the fees low. Obviously, because our time is more important. Here, he is aggressive on keeping the fees low. That talks about his integrity. Here, see, some people will tell, sir, money is not a matter for me. I want quality. Now, these people, we can expect good type of service. But if they say, sir, quality and all, I'll give only so much. Now, there we can't give quality. We won't be able to give quality. ICAI does not promote these type of clients. Clear? Then indications where they are putting limitation on scope. Indication that they are involved in money laundering. What is money laundering? Converting black money into white money. Not just converting black money into white money, but whatever ill-gotten gains are there, they are trying to paint it in a nicer manner. Clear? The reasons for proposed appointment of the firm and non-reappointment of the previous firm. Last firm you did not pay fees. Now you want me to do your audit. Clear? Now, competence of the team. Which team? My team. And compliance with ethical requirements by both firm as well as by the team. You have to obtain information as it considered necessary in the following circumstances when all these integrity of the client. When should I accept? Before accepting any new work with a new client. Number 2, continue an existing engagement. Old work with an old client and acceptance of new engagement with existing client, new work with old client. In all three situations, I am supposed to take this particular decision. Should I accept or should I continue? Here, if there is any conflict, you should properly resolve it before accepting the engagement. And in case if policies and procedure on continuance of engagement and the relationship should include consideration of what are my responsibilities? When I am accepting, when I am continuing, what are my responsibilities and possibility of withdrawing if I am not able to continue. These two things I have to consider. Here, examination wise, important. Clear? Now, human resource. What do you mean by human resource? People involved in my firm. For them, what am I supposed to do? Nothing. You put up a policy and procedure to appoint the human resource in the proper manner. Appointment, promotion, giving them good facilities. All these things you put up a policy. Nothing of great importance. Come to point number 5, which is important. Engagement, performance. Now, whenever you are performing, extremely important element. Here, whenever you are performing the engagement in the firm, here, what am I supposed to take care? Ensure that the quality is achieved through what? Briefing the teams. Briefing means what? Telling them what they are supposed to do. Process of complying with engagement standards. How do you comply with engagement standards? Then supervision and training. Monitoring and training them to do good job. Methods of reviewing performance of work. What do you mean by reviewing? Whatever they have done, should I approve it like that only? No, I should review. I told you one thing. Every firm will have a different levels of checking. I told you about my articleship experience, where my work will be checked by a senior article, then manager, then the boss. Here, what is the method of reviewing? Here, then appropriate documentation of work performed. Essay 230, chapter number 6. Here, right. Consultation in difficult and argumentative matters we have to take. Why? We are not experts. Clear? If you have more views, what is better? Take experts' opinion. Consultation includes discussion with individuals within or outside the firm. An expert could be within our firm only. You can ask him, or if there is no expert in the firm, go and take consultation from outside who has specialized expertise or to resolve a difficult matter. Understood? Here, significant judgment should be reviewed by EQCR. Very, very important. Engagement Quality Control Reviewer for taking an objective view. What do you mean by objective? Unbiased view. Here, so for taking an objective view, you have to appoint EQCR. There might be difference of opinion within the team, with those consulted and between the partner and EQCR. Whatever is the difference of opinion, can we finish off the audit with the difference of opinion or should we solve it? Simple. This report should be issued only after resolution of such differences. These individual points can be asked as a part of case loss or in form of a case. So it's not that once only they will ask. You have to be very careful with these. Yes. Sorry? No. This is marathon material. That's regular material. 350 pages. We can't do it in marathon. Okay. Now, engagement quality control review is mandatory for all audits of listed entities. Clear? It's mandatory for whom? Important. In case study they can ask as MCQ. Applicability. Here. Now, in respect of other engagements, firm should devise criteria. Listed entities mandatory. Other entities, firm may tell whether we should do or no. Here, so whose discretion, whose decision it is? firm's decision whether we should go ahead with it or no. Assembly of audit files. Sir, when should I finish my assembly? What is assembly? Collating and keeping the files. Here, what is the time limit? Not more than 6 days. So maximum how many days? 6 days of what? From the date of audit report. Then engagement documentation is whose property? Firm's property. Firm at firm's discretion make copies available to its client. If firm decides, only then. Otherwise, no. Clear? In case of assurance engagement, you have to, what is the retention period? 7 years from the date of audit report. Clear? Then we have monitoring. Here 2 to 3 marks question can be asked. Here, sir, what is the paper pattern? 14 marks. I hope you know your paper pattern. We have 100 marks. In that 30 MCQ, 70 descriptive. Clear? Now, in that 70, you have to attend 5 questions of 14 marks each. Here, but they will not give you 5 questions, they will give you 6 questions. Now, how this 14 marks is divided, sir? Various patterns are there. 5, 5, 2, 2. Here, one more pattern is 4, 4, 3, 3. This also is a pattern. Here, there is one more pattern in the same. This 4, they can give 2 marks, 2 marks. This they can give 2 marks, 2 marks. Here, but if they give 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, it's a lengthy paper. Here, it will be a lengthy paper because they are asking many questions now. Now, students, not everyone will know how much content to write. So, the paper usually will be lengthy if they ask questions like in this format. But generally, the format they follow will be this. Okay, sometimes exceptional questions will have this format. Okay, so this is where your paper looks like a descriptive one. Okay, how much you have to target, sir? Out of 30, you have to target 26. A minimum of 26. Here, now that means out of 70, at least 50% if I say, if you are able to score 35 to 40 also, it is good enough. You will score more than 60. Here, yes, sir, what, sir? Nicely you are telling out of 30, take 25 and all. Here, I am telling because students have achieved it. Here, students have achieved around 28 out of 30 also. So, it's not that difficult to achieve possible. MCQs are actually easy ones, provided you know the concept. By-hearting will not fetch you marks. Here, by-hearting may not fetch you marks everywhere. Concept, yes. Here, right. Now, monitoring. What do you mean by monitoring? Supervising. Alright. What is the purpose of monitoring, sir? Purpose is to provide evaluation of what? Adherence. What do you mean by adherence? Compliance. Whether you are in line with professional standards and requirements, whether quality control system has been designed and effectively implemented, whether the firm's quality control policies and procedures have been appropriately applied. This is important. Firm's policies and procedures, not yours. Your firm's policies and procedures have been applied. Now, SA 220 is very similar to SQC 1. The objective of SQC 1 is for the firm. The objective of SA 220 is for what? Engagement level. Here. So here, there we say firm's CEO. Here we call him engagement partner. Here the top authority is who? Engagement partner. Their top authority is who? Firm's CEO, firm's managing partner. Here. Right. So, what is the objective? At engagement level, we should implement quality control procedure. So, first element, leadership responsibility. Who is the leader here? Engagement partner. Here, what we should ensure? We should ensure that the team and we, there is a partner and the team, should ensure that performing work which complies with standards and requirement only. Number 2, comply with firm's quality control. Whatever firm has said, we should still follow in our audit because firm is bigger. Audit is a part of the firm. Issuing reports that are appropriate. When you have to give modified, that time you have to give modified. In case of modified also we have types of opinion. What are the types of opinion? What are the types of modified opinion? Do you remember? It's okay, no problem. We will anyway see qualified, adverse and disclaimer. So which opinion to give in what circumstances that we have to decide. Engagement team's ability to raise concern without fear of reprisal. What do you mean by reprisal? What do you mean by reprisal? Sir, what if I ask question, will you shout at me? Yeah, will you make fun of me? Am I confident enough to ask you this question? That fear should not be there within my team. Yeah, like for example, a teacher has to make comfortable environment for students to ask doubts. Yeah, the zone should not be a judgment zone where you should ask questions and you are okay with asking questions. Yeah, the fact that quality is essential in performing audit should always be emphasized. What do you mean emphasize? Stressed on. Here, you should stress on these topics where quality is always essential. You have to keep on telling your team. Relevant ethical requirements, same. Identify the threat, report it to the partner. Who will identify the threat? Everyone. But my team members will be there. No, they can't come to talk to me. They will come and talk to my team members. The team members should come and tell me. Yeah, sir, these are the threats that I am facing. Right now, in that case, either I will eliminate or I will ensure that I'll withdraw. Clear? Yes. Now, acceptance and continuance, same as SQC1, integrity of the client, competence of the team, and compliance of requirements. Assignment of engagement team. Now, engagement team we should prepare in such a way that there are experts also, there are newcomers also, there are experienced people also, because transition should happen slowly going forward. Clear? Ensure the partner that the team and any expert who are not a part of the team should be there in the team, collectively have the appropriate competence and capability. Right type of team I should choose. Here, now for a complex audit, I can't take a beginner. Understood? Next we have engagement performance. Whose responsibility? Engagement partner has the responsibility for DSP, direction, supervision, performance. Then report being appropriate, reviewing the documentation and taking appropriate consultation. This we have seen in SQC1. My suggestion would be study SQC1 properly. SA 220 majority of the portions will be easily solved. Here, if you do ulta, it will be little problem for you because in SQC we have more points to cover. So when you are covering a firm, audit is one of the functions of the firm. So do SQC1 first, then come to SA 220 will be easy. Here also for listed entities you have to apply what? Engagement, quality control, reviewer. Okay, what will he do? He will ensure that whatever you have done, he will check whether quality is maintained or no. Here, now what should engagement partner do? Shall determine that EQCR has been appointed, discuss significant matters with the reviewer and ensure that the audit report date is after review date. This is extremely important. AR date should be after EQCR date. Here, review date later, audit report date now, wrong. Let the review get over, then you date the audit report. Here, if there is difference of opinion, what we should do? Resolve the difference and then give your report. Monitoring, here 4-mark question can be asked. Don't worry, they will not ask both. Either SQC1 monitoring or SA 220 monitoring. Now, how do I find out, sir? How do I find out which question is this? See here, point number A, effective system of quality control includes monitoring process designed to provide the firm with reasonable assurance that its policies and procedures related to the system of quality control are relevant, adequate, operating effectively. Now, this point, 100% students will never think about SA 220. Reason? Let's explain. You have to read the entire question. Read the second point. Should document the following matters. Here it is not about how to monitor. What is the purpose of monitoring? SQC1 purpose of monitoring. Here SQC1 is about purpose of monitoring. SA 220 monitoring is not about purpose. It's about documentation. Here, what should I document, sir? Whatever issues you have identified. Number 1. Number 2. Conclusion on compliance with independence requirement. Number 3. Conclusions reached regarding acceptance and continuance. Number 4. Nature and scope of conclusions resulting from consultation. Here, these I am supposed to ensure. I will tell you again the difference. In SQC1, it is about purpose of monitoring, 3 points. In SA 220, it is about documentation of matters pertaining to audit engagement. These are the things you have to see: engagement partner, audit engagement. Understood? One question was asked. Yeah, one question was asked, people got confused whether it is SA 220 or FQC1. They knew it was monitoring. The problem in audit exam is you know, but which one to write you don't know. Here, identification of question is extremely important. Here, right. Chapter number 11, ethics and terms of engagement is done. Here, so let's do chapter number 6, which talks about audit documentation. Sir, what do you mean by audit documentation? It refers to three things. What is that? Record. It's a record of what? Procedures performed. It's record of what? Procedures performed. Number 2, relevant evidence obtained. Number 3, conclusions reached. So it's a record of three things. Number 1, PEC, record of PEC. What is P? Procedures performed. E, evidence obtained. C, conclusions reached. Understood? Clear? What do we call? What is the another name for documentation? Working paper or work papers. Clear? In the exam, be careful. In the exam, be careful. It can be asked as working paper. Meaning of working paper, if they ask, don't tell. We have not covered in the syllabus, sir. We have. Here it's called audit documentation, work paper, working papers, auditors working paper also they will call. Okay. What is the objective? Nothing, sir. Objective is to obtain sufficient appropriate record and for the basis. Tomorrow if they ask, purpose, tomorrow if they ask on what basis you are giving this opinion, I can show my audit documentation and tell because of this basis only. Number 2, evidence that audit was planned and performed as per the requirements. Clear? Right. Next. Purpose of audit documentation, sir. Why do we need to do documentation? It will assist the team to plan and perform the audit. Here, my team will know what to do. If I just say orally, now imagine without the book, you are attending marathon or regular classes without the book. Will you remember everything? 14 hours of content, will you remember in your head? No way. Here, so we need some documentation. Number 2, assist the members of the team to direct and supervise the audit and discharge. Review responsibilities. I can do my monitoring also better. Here, accountability. What is accountability? Responsibility. I can hold people responsible. Retaining record of matters for significant to future audit. In future, it will be helpful. Here, why people leave. Your engagement partner might resign, but how he has performed the work, how will I know? Through audit documentation. Here, then next, enabling the conduct of quality control review and inspection as per SQC1. This is what we call as internal inspection. Here, then we have enabling external inspection. Income tax department wants to check the ICA wants to check the your peer review will be there. So external inspection also it will help. Internal inspection also it will help. Right? Form, content and extent of audit documentation FCE. Why do we need to maintain audit documentation? In what form and how much? Form means what? Design. How it looks. Content means what? How much we have to. What we have to put. Extent means what? How much we have to include. Clear? Alright. Now, point number 1. Why should you prepare documentation? To ensure that an experienced auditor also having no previous connection to understand 4 things. Number 1. NTE of procedures performed. What have I done? Imagine a client has changed CAA to CAB. Now CAB is a new auditor. Yes. What CAA has done? How will I know? Through audit documentation. The documentation will tell me what he has done. Number 2. Results of procedures performed and evidence obtained. What procedure I performed and what evidence I have obtained, I will get to know. Right? Significant matters arising during the audit and conclusions reached thereon. During the audit, not insignificant matters. Big matters what you have come across that you have to document and keep. Significant judgment used by auditors in reaching the conclusions. Because remember the cycle, the process, data, information and all. We evaluate the evidence and we reach conclusion. Now conclusion requires judgment then. Yes, that has to be documented. What judgment you have used. Further, in documenting nature, timing and extent, the auditor shall record what? Characteristics of specific items or matters tested. What features you have seen in this particular matters. If I am, let's say I am checking inventory. In that inventory, what specific characteristics I have checked. That I have to write down and keep or note and keep. Who performed the work and who reviewed the work and extent of review. How much did he review? Now, for example, in ICA, now the ICA evaluation methodology, if you know, the evaluation methodology is a person who corrects the paper, who we call as valuer. After valuer, there will be something called as head examiner. Here, now head examiner will check sample of the population. Now, valuer will have, let's say, for example, some 50-60 papers in a day. Here, now, whatever he has done, the head examiner has to check. Now, head examiner will not check every paper. He will check probably 10, 15%, 20% of the entire population. Here, why? He does not have the, imagine 40 papers in a day, have to check whatever you have done. Here, now, extent of review is how much have you done it? You have done the review correct, but how much? Here, document discussion of significant matters with management, TCWG and others. Now, what is the difference between management and TCWG? What is the difference between management and TCWG? TCWG is the one who forms policies, forms law in the firm or in the organization. Management is the one who executes that. Yeah. Sometimes TCWG and management both are same, but sometimes there will be hierarchy. There is one more hierarchy: owners, TCWG, management. So owners is the one who owns the organization. They will give that right to TCWG. You form whatever is the policy. If I get written, I am good enough. So TCWG will start setting up policies, and they will tell management follow these. Understood? Sometimes TCWG and management both are same. They will only put up the policies, they will only execute the policies. Clear? Right. Now, if information is inconsistent with final conclusion, document how did you address the inconsistency. Meaning, if you have found any difference, how did you solve that difference is what I want to know through your documentation. 4 marks question is this one. Form, content and extent of documentation depends on certain matters. Which is the matter, sir? Number 1. Size and complexity of the entity. Tell me, higher the bigger the entity, documentation will be more or less, sir? More. Sir, complexity. Complexity means what? Difficulty level. If the difficulty level is high, documentation is more or less, sir? More. Nature of procedures performed. If the nature of procedures performed requires more documentation, then I will have to prepare more documentation. Requires less documentation, I have to prepare less documentation. Identified risk of material. Sir, if the risk is more, documentation will increase. If the risk is less, sir, decrease. Significance of evidence obtained. Sir, if an evidence is very important, should I document and keep it? If the evidence is not very important, should I document and keep it? No, you are not needed. Not needed. Why? For one transaction, I have 10 evidences. Should I keep everything? No. Significant one you keep. Insignificant one you discard. Clear? Exceptions identified. Yes, I will have to document. If exceptions are extremely important and rare, I will document and keep. Need to document a conclusion which is not readily determinable from the documentation. Meaning what? Just because of the documentation I am not able to get the conclusion, I will have to work on that documentation. Here, 2 papers are there in front of you, but conclusion is made on judgment basis. You have to take this calculation from paper 1, this calculation from paper 2, then do a separate calculation to reach a conclusion. That sort of conclusion has to be documented clearly. Not available through the documentation available readily at your disposal. Clear? What are the tools and methodologies used? Sampling if you have used. What type of sampling you have used? What type of software you have used? How you have used this? Methodology and tools. Preparation of audit documentation. Examples of audit documentation, which is a program, analysis, letters, confirmation, checklist, spelling is mistake here, wrong, checklist, correspondence and entity records. Point number 1 is important, read. Not a substitute for entity accounting records. So if I am making documentation, entity can't tell, sir, anyway you have done now, I should prepare books of accounts. Hey, you have to do books of accounts. It's your responsibility, not a substitute. Yeah, right. The auditor shall prepare documentation on a timely basis. Prepared after the audit work has been performed is likely to be less accurate than at the time when you are doing the audit. Which is better? After the work or during the work only? During the work only is better. Clear? Don't do it after the work. Audit file and assembly, same as SQC. Clear? What do you mean by audit file? More than one folder or other storage media. Sir, I have many files given by my client. If I put everything together is what we call as audit file. You have seen files in Office? Yes, similar to that. Nothing but collection of files or other storage media. It could be through pen drive also, hard disks. Yes or no? Everything is a documentation for me. Assembling on a timely basis. Hey, tell me, without looking at the book, when should I assemble? What is the time limit? 60 days. Maximum 60 days. From there, audit report date, retention period. From where? Yes, 7 years from audit report date. Important thing, changes may be made when? During the final assembly. But once assembly is done, you cannot change anything. During the assembly, you change whatever you want, but after that, you do not change. Clear? Assembly does not involve performance of procedure. Important MCQ. Clear? Important MCQ. After the assembly, do not discard or dispose any documentation before the end of retention period. And we know what is the retention period. What is the retention period? Yes, 7 years. Right? All right. So, documentation of significant matters. So, maintain documentation of significant matters. Which are those? The results of procedures indicating financial statements could be materially misstated. That means anything that gives you a hint that there is a misstatement, document and keep it. Useful for future. Clear? Number 2, need to revise previous assessment of risks and responses to those risks. When we do risk assessment before the audit starts, that assessment has changed now. Clear? Reasons for change, document and keep. What is the change? Document and keep. Because we need to know why did you change your assessment. Earlier we said less risky, now we are telling more risky. Why? Clear? Then, circumstances that the auditor caused the auditor significant difficulty in applying necessary procedures. What situation made you work really hard? What areas were difficult for you? Which area was difficult for you? In management, who gave you the difficult time? Document everything and keep. Findings that could result in modification to the opinion or inclusion of EOM para. What resulted in modification? Note down and keep. Hey, modification is good or bad? Modification of opinion, good or bad? Not good. Clear? Unmodified opinion is best. But if I am modifying, it is not good. Now, here is where I will introduce a concept. Remember one thing, guys. As an auditor, my default opinion about the client. What is my default opinion about the client? What is it? What opinion I have? The financial statements are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error, and it is prepared as per AFRF. This is my default opinion. As and when I go through the audit, I find more and more errors. That is when I modify my opinion, which is why we say modifications to the opinion. Unmodified means I never changed my opinion. That means my default opinion is you are good. I never come to you or I will start my audit telling you are bad. I always start my audit thinking you are good. I said when we go into the audit, we get to know what is wrong and then we decide saying it is bad. Clear? Right. This is one thing which you have to remember, because some students don't even understand what is modified opinion, what is unmodified opinion, why that unmodified name has come. Here, because from day one only I will think you are good. Understood? Clear? Like how all teachers think about the students on day one. Clear? Next, documentation of professional judgment. Clear? So, judgment also if you are taking, we have to document and keep. Why? Judgment cannot be explained. Your judgment and my judgment could be different. But next year when I see, how did you come to this conclusion? Judgment is not there. So document and keep. The rational. Rational means what? Basis. When certain information or factors you have considered as significant. What made you consider as significant? Number one. Number two. Reasonableness of subjective judgments. Management's judgment is reasonable or no? How did you think? Provision for debtors 10% created, sir. But is it right? Is it reasonable? How did you come to a conclusion? You note it down. I took the factors. They are working in this industry. Here, their peers have 12% margin of their 12% provision. These have created 10%. So as per the market, it is still lesser. That is how reasonability has come. Are you getting my point? Understood? Like that, you have to write and keep so that people will understand. Which people? Your people. Here, basis for conclusion about authenticity of documentation. What do you mean by authenticity? Originality, whether a document is original or no, or should we trust or not trust. How did you reach to a conclusion where initially you thought it is reliable? Then, as and when you went to the work, you told that it is not authentic. Here, how did you come to that conclusion? That also you have to note it down. Right? Completion memorandum, nothing but a summary book. Clear? Right. So this summary will facilitate effective and efficient review and inspection. See, what is your regular material of audit is our normal audit. This marathon material is nothing but completion memorandum. Clear? It gives us a brief highlights. Clear? What is happening in this particular chapter? What are the points that we are going to cover in this chapter? Clear? Right. Ownership of documentation, as usual, our exclusive one. Who is the owner of documentation? Who is the owner of audit documentation? Property of the auditor. If he wants, he can give it as a copy or extract to his clients. Never give original. But when you are giving, ensure you are not undermining the validity of work performed. Your work should not be affected because of sharing of documentation. That's the reason do not give your original documents. Because if they lose it, gone. Understood? Clear? That's it. That is your chapter number 6. Clear? Now, before we move on to chapter number 2, let's do CARO 2020. Here, 21 clauses. Let's do CARO 2020. Okay? Yes? Online? Respond. Did you understand? Are you in line with me? Yes. Yes. Right. Okay, Daya. Thank you. Right. Shall we go ahead? CARO 2020 quick. Are you there? Yes. Very important topic. Alright, I told you very consistent in the exam. Yeah. So do not think of skipping. Do not skip. Do not think of skipping also. Yeah, very important topic. 21 clauses, only that much. What about essay in chapter 6? Chapter 6 essay is 230. That's what we did now. The entire chapter is about essay 230 only. Right? Okay. Now, as far as CARO 2020 is concerned, sir, it is applicable for whom?
Company.
Which company? Every company. Clear? It is applicable for which company? Every company, including foreign company. What do you mean by foreign company? What do you mean by foreign company? Law. Very good. Incorporated outside India and having place of business in India. Business in India. So, I don't care whether you are a foreign company or no, CARO is still applicable for you. Huh? I told public company. In the book, what is given? Yes, very good. Yes, you are right there. Having a place of business in India. Yes. Applicability understood. Clear? I don't know what you are doing in the class. Non-applicability. Sir, not applicable for whom? Why? RBI takes care. Insurance company, IRDA takes care. Section 8 company, you are not doing business only. You are doing charity. Here, OPC, you survive enough. Here, we will not stress you more. We will not put more complaints on you. Then, small company, you grow up. Here, then we have. So, all private companies are excluded, huh? No. Private company, which is not a subsidiary or it should not be a subsidiary or holding company of a public company. I think this is what you have written there. Of the code. Not being a subsidiary or holding of a public company, then why sir, if it is a subsidiary of a public company, it will automatically become a deemed public company. Here, so it will be applicable for you. You will come under here. You will come under here. Here. Now, second condition, your paid up capital and reserves and surplus is less than or equal to 1 crore. Number 3, borrowing should be less than or equal to 1 crore from whom? Banks or financial institutions. That means, sir, if individuals have taken loan, not included. Sir, body corporate have taken loan. Not included. Sir, I have taken deposit, sir. Not in, sir, I have issued debentures, sir. Debentures also. Who are we giving? Yes, only banks or financial institutions I should not include. Understood? Clear? Yes. Then last one, revenue should be less than 10 crore. If these conditions satisfy, sir, all are one. I told you, if government wants to give you exemption, the conditions are more stricter. If government wants to make you applicable for laws, you just have to not comply anyone. Clear? So I am giving exemption now here. So all are anyone, all. This plus this plus this. All 4 conditions should be satisfied if you want exemption, which is actually difficult for you. If you actually breach any one, it will be applicable for you. Understood? Right. Sir, 21 clauses are there in this, which we are supposed to report. In this we are only reporting. We are not doing anything else. Now, how do we need to report, sir? Listen to this carefully. When we do reporting of CARO, CARO 2020 reporting is divided into 2 aspects. See, every company will prepare something called as SFS and CFS. What is SFS? Standalone financial statements. What do you mean by CFS? Very good. Consolidated financial statements. What do you mean by standalone financial statements? I dare you to tell SFS now. What is standalone financial statement? Financial statement prepared only for that company. What is CFS? Combined financial statements for the entire group. Clear? Yes. Now, in the 21 clause, 20 clauses applicable when you are talking about SFS. 21st clause only is applicable for whom? For whom? Consolidated. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Hello. Yes. Okay, sir. This is your CARO 2020 distribution of clauses. Clear? Yes. Right. Now, for your benefit, we will check one company's CARO. Here. So I know it's marathon, but let me just squeeze in one annual report. Right. See, this is the audit report. This is the audit report to the members of Reliance. Okay. Now here, now this is your CARO. Here, Annexure B of Reliance report is CARO. Now this is solely on standalone financial statements. So how many clauses are there, sir? I'll just take you to the end. How many clauses are there? 20 clauses are there, and that's where they are signing it. Here. Now if we go to CFS, if we go to CFS, we'll understand the 21st clause. Right. See, can you see 21 clause number? Yes. Right. So this is your on CFS. So technically, all 21 will not report in single way. 20 for SFS, 20 first two clause only for CFS reporting. Clear? Right. So let's continue. First two clauses for what? Property, plant and equipment, which is nothing but your fixed asset. What am I supposed to report? Whether you are maintaining proper records or no. Number two, whether in case of, this is for PP. What is PP? Tangible asset. For intangible asset, you also have to maintain a record. Now for tangible asset, quantitative details and situation. What is quantitative details? How many assets you have, how many fans, how many tube lights here, how many you have in your entity. Here. Then situation means what? What is situation means? Condition. Clear? Condition, whether it is in working condition or idle or scrap or disposed. Clear? Then second is whether they are physically verified at reasonable intervals. I explained in the class what is reasonable intervals. Generally, at least once in a financial year. But if you want to check daily, check daily. No issues for me. Once in a month, if you want to check, check. Quarterly, do it. But at least once in a year, you are supposed to do. Whether any material discrepancies, yes sir, Bambani CFS only. Whether any material discrepancies were noticed on such verification, and if yes, whether the same has been properly dealt in the books of accounts. Look at me here, we are not going to calculate anything. We are not going to change anything. We are asking questions. What answer we get, we put it in the report. If it is yes, we say yes. If it is no, we say no. That's it. This is only about reporting. We are not going to do any procedures here. They have to do procedures. We have to ask whether you have done or no. Then with respect to immovable property, what we have to do, whether title deeds are held in the name of company, someone else's property, why are you holding? We can also think of Benami property also. Yes, right. Now, what you have to give, if not, provide the details. What type of details? Description of the property, land, building, what it is. Gross carrying value, not net. That means, what? Immovable property has building also, depreciation. Apart from, is it net of depreciation or including depreciation? Gross means, what is gross carrying value? Including. Clear. Do not reduce depreciation and then tell me the value. Held in the name of, in whose name have you held? Who is this person? Is he a promoter? Is he a director? Or relative? Or what if none of the above? Something is wrong then. Clear? Right? Then, period held from when to when, and reason for not holding in the name of company. Here, if it is leased assets, title deeds need not be in company name. I hope you know what is lease. Here, lease will not be in my name, but still my asset only. Okay. Fourth, if you have revalued your PPE and the revaluation is based on, it should be based on what? Registered valuer under section 247 of Companies Act. Clear? So this fellow should value and give us, specify the amount of change. And if the change is 10% or more, the aggregate of net carrying value you have to report. If the change is 10% or less, no issues. But if the change is 10% or more, you have to report. Then any proceedings initiated or pending against company for what? Holding Benami property under Benami Transactions Act. So if anyone has filed a case, have you disclosed the details? Not that nobody should file a case on you. Possibility is there that they have filed a case, but disclose the details. Whether physical verification of inventory for clause number 2. Clause number 2 talks about what? Inventory. Here, so we are talking about assets now. So in case of inventory, what is the condition, sir? Same physical verification, reasonable intervals, and discrepancies of 10% or more should be disclosed and properly dealt in the books of accounts or no. Now, sir, during any point of time, if the company has been sanctioned with the working capital limits of excess in excess of 5 CR, yeah, based on current assets. Clear? There is something called as bank vault in the syllabus. In that bank vault, there is something called as drawing power. In that drawing power, you withdraw the money by giving current assets as your security. Yes or no? You give inventory as a security there. Working capital loan I can take by giving inventory. So that is what we are linking it to. If the sanction limit is more than 5 crores, then you should, on the basis of securities you have taken, have you done stock audit? Your quarterly returns or statements filed by the company with such banks are in agreement with the books of accounts of the company. If not, give details. So every quarter we have connected it to there also in the regular classes. Every quarter you are supposed to update the statement. Clear? If not, you have to report whether you have given outdated or updated statement. Okay. Next, third, leaks. Third clause about what? Loans, investments, guarantee and security. Now in this case, whether during the year company has made any investments or given any guarantee or given any security or given any loans or advances in the nature of loans, whether it is secure or unsecured, to whom? Company, firm, LLP, basically to anyone. Basically to anyone. Yeah, because they have included what? Any other. So if you have given loan, guarantee, security in the form of loans, whether secure or unsecured, if yes, what am I supposed to do? Number 1, have you provided loans, advances in the nature of loans, or stood guarantee or provided security to any other entity not applicable to companies whose principal business is to give loans? That means this clause is not applicable to whom? Whose principal business is to give loans? Banking company, NBFC company. So this clause is not applicable for whom? Just now we told. For whom? Loose tools. Loose tools. Loose tools. Entire order is not applicable for banks. Entire order is not applicable for banks, and you're still talking about the clause. We are talking about NBFCs. NBFC is not there in the exempted list. Here, yes, only banks. For bank, the entire order is not applicable now. We are still talking about the clause only. Understood? Same trap I had set in the regular class, and you kept falling for it. You didn't come on late. If so, indicate what? Aggregate amount. What do you mean the aggregate? Total amount during the year and balance outstanding at the balance sheet date. Both April to March, whatever is the amount you have given, that also, as at the balance sheet date, whatever is the amount outstanding, that also you have to report. Clear? Similarly, for whom, sir? Subsidiary, joint venture, associate separately, parties other than subsidiaries separately. Basically, to everyone, you have to disclose, but in 2 different columns. One is subsidiary, associate, joint venture separately you disclose, other parties separately you disclose. Next. Whether investments made, guarantee provided, security given, and terms and conditions are not prejudicial to the company's interest. What do you mean by not prejudicial? Should not damage, should not affect negatively to the company. Yes. Next point. In respect of loans and advances, in the nature of loans, schedule of repayment of principal and payment of interest has been stipulated and repayments are regular. Whether we are getting money in a regular basis or no is what we are supposed to check. Then, sir, if the amount is overdue, what do you mean overdue? Not paid on due date and still outstanding. Clear? State the total amount overdue for more than 90 days and whether reasonable steps have been taken for recovery. Don't sit quiet. Clear? What steps you have taken that have to report. Clear? Next, right. Whether any loan or advance in the nature of loan granted has fallen due during the year. That means any time between April to March, if it has fallen during the year, due, have you renewed it? Have you extended it? Or have you given fresh loan to settle old loans? If yes, report that. To whom? To the same party. Imagine I owe you 100 rupees. Clear? Now, I don't have money. I take 100 rupees and I give you that 100 rupees back. Are you getting my point? What am I doing? Substituting the loan. Loan is still there. Why? Now the terms are different. I'll get more time to repay. Otherwise, it will be overdue. So what I'll do, I'll take 100 rupees from you only. I'll give that 100 rupees to you only. And I'll tell what 100 rupees there now, settle it off. So technically, I still owe you 100. But now, I get more time to repay. If you have done something like that, look at the minds, how they work. If you have done something like that, specify how much amount of dues you have renewed, extended or settled and percentage of total loans. So out of entire 1000 rupees, if I have done like this, of only about 100 rupees, what is the percentage? 10%. So you have to give that particular form. What is the total loan? In that, how much loan I have renewed. Then, whether you have granted any loans or advances in the nature of loans either repayable on demand or without specifying any terms or period, meaning what we call it as hand loan or demand loan. No specific terms. Whenever I ask, you are supposed to give. That type of loan if you have given, specify what is the total amount you have given and percentage in the entire loan. Basically give me, the division out of the entire loan, how much you have given extension, how much you have given as a hand loan, how much you have given as demand loan, give it like that. Clear? Yes. Right. Then, clause number 4 talks about what? Compliance of section 185 and 186. Here, leaks again, LIGS, whether provisions of section 185 and 186 has been complied. What is 185, 186? 185 is loan to directors. 186 is, yes, loan and investments by the company. So if you have done something like that, you are supposed to comply with 185 and 186. If not, provide the details of it. Here. Next, clause number 5, deposits. Clause number 5, chapter number 5, deposits. Which chapter in law paper? Here, acceptance of deposits. Here, it's very easy to remember that way. Clause number 2, AS2, both are inventory. Clear? Right. Now, in respect of deposits accepted by company or amount which are deemed to be deposits, you should follow directive of RBI section 73 to 76. 73, 74, 75, 76. Here, these are the sections you are supposed to follow to accept deposits. 76A is not the procedure to accept deposits. It is to accept a massage. Here, 73 to 76 is nothing but about deposits. Clear? Now, sir, what if NCLT has given some directions and I have not complied with? Details you have to provide in the CARO. Clear? Next. Clause number 6, which talks about what? Cost records. We have a section called section 148 in Companies Act, which says which company has to maintain cost records, and if it is applicable for you, you have to maintain. If you do not maintain, I will put it in the report. Clear? Usually for which company? Manufacturing entity or which is there or involved in production. Here, these companies usually have to maintain cost records apart from the normal books of accounts. What is the normal books of accounts? Journal, ledger. Apart from that, you have to maintain cost records. Here. Next, clause number 7. In that, statutory dues. What do you mean by statutory dues? Statutory due is where you are supposed to pay under a law, income tax, GST, PEF, ESI, so many topics are there where you are supposed to pay. Here, now, if what am I supposed to report? Are you regular in depositing undisputed statutory dues? Sir, income tax return wise, I am supposed to pay 10 crore. I paid 10 crore. Here, now income tax sent a love letter saying what? 15 crore you are supposed to pay. Here, now, out of 15 crore, how much is the disputed amount? 5 CR. How much is undisputed amount? 10 CR. Because 10 CR I have no dispute at all. So what am I supposed to report? Are you regular in depositing the undisputed part? The 10 CR are you regular? That we have to report. Here, and with respect to the 5 CR, I am not paying. That means there is a dispute. If there is a dispute, where will I go? To the tribunal. There also we have a tribunal. Clear? Basically, Commissioner of Income Tax Appeals is where we go. CATA. Clear? We go there. There, if you have filed it there or if you have filed in the court, wherever you have filed, mention the forum where you have filed the case. Clear? That's it. Right? Now, if it is not deposited on account of any dispute, then amount involved and forum where the dispute is pending shall be mentioned. Next is clause number 8, which talks about what? Undisclosed income. What is undisclosed income? The income which you earned, by mistake you did not disclose it to income tax. Clear? Right? Now you suddenly remember that, oh, actually this income is there. So I'll have to disclose it now. So if you go and disclose it now, no issues. Imagine financial year 16-17 income, you are disclosing it in the year financial year 24-25. You would have already filed returns for those years. Now, when you declare it in the current year, you are paying tax today. You have to record it in this year's books of accounts. Here, that I am supposed to check. Any transactions not recorded in the books of accounts have been surrendered or disclosed as income during the year in the tax assessment under Income Tax Act. If yes, whether the previously unrecorded income has been properly recorded in the books of accounts during the year. I hope this particular clause is very clear. Clear? It was not maintained before. Now I am maintaining. You have to include it in the current year books of accounts. Then we have clause number 9, which talks about repayment of loan. If you have taken any loan, you are supposed to repay. If you have taken, you are supposed to repay. Here, without him asking. Alright. Now, in this case, if the company has committed default in repayment of loan or other borrowings, I am supposed to give following details: nature of borrowing, lender's name, amount not paid on due date, whether that amount is principal or interest, and number of days of delay. Clear? Now, if the company is declared as a willful defaulter, what is willful defaulter? You have money but you are not paying. So, bank will declare you as what? Willful defaulter. Here, RBI, every bank will prepare a list of willful defaulter and you will send it to RBI. RBI will prepare a consolidated list of willful defaulter against whom we are not supposed to do business. Here, they are not allowed to do business in India, especially big frauds. Here, yes. So, in those cases, they will prepare a list, and if you are declared as a willful defaulter, I am supposed to report it in the CARO. Second, sir, you have taken loans for a specific purpose, but you have not applied for it. Should I report that? Yes. Clear. Then, raised on short-term basis, utilized for long-term purpose. Should I report that also? Yes. Company has taken funds from an entity or person on account to meet obligation of subsidiaries or associates or JV. Boss, I took loan. Your parents have taken loan for you. My question to you, whose loan it is now? Parents only. So in the balance sheet of holding company, it will be shown as loan. But this loan is for whom? Subsidiary. So people should know it is not my liability solely. It's for the purpose of subsidiary I have taken. Clear? Next, whether company raised loans during the year on pledge of securities held in subsidiaries, JV or associate. I told you pledging shares is very bad. And if you have taken loan by way of pledging securities, it's your duty to report. Tomorrow if the company makes default, ownership is gone. Yeah. So therefore control is gone now. That should not happen. Then clause number 10, public money. Sir, I have taken money from public. Where should I use it? You have to apply for the purpose for which those are raised. So in the prospectus you would have given details. Why do I need money? You have to apply in the same manner. prospectus will give. For the purpose or utilization of money, you have to utilize it in the same manner. If not, give the details. 10b. If preferential allotment or private placement of shares or convertible debentures is made during the year where the requirements of section 42 and 62 has been complied with and the funds raised has been utilized for the purpose for which it was raised. Section 42 talks about. Oh, you're studying law very well then, no? Section 62 talks about further issue, but specifically section 62 subsection 1 clause C talks about preferential allotment where convertible debentures or convertible securities can be issued. Here I have to give details about that. Then your favorite clause number 11 is talks about fraud reporting. Under Companies Act section 143 subsection 12 read with rule 13. Here read with rule 13, there is a reporting to be done, less than 1 CR, more than 1 CR. Clear? Now, in that case, if a fraud by the company, meaning who did this? Fraud by the company means who did the fraud? Company did the fraud, or any fraud on the company. Someone did fraud on the company, so company is at the receiving end. Noticed fraud or reported fraud during the year? If yes, nature and amount involved should be mentioned. Here, if report under 143.12 has been filed in form number ADT4 to central government. Here, generally, if the fraud is more than 1 CR, auditor should report it to central government. If the fraud is less than 1 CR, you have to report it in the to the board, and board should put in the year report. Here, and even you have to put in your report. Okay. Now, then, whether company has considered whistleblower complaints. What is whistleblower complaints? The person in the organization, whatever wrong is happening, he will tell it to the auditor. Have you considered those complaints or have you ignored it? Clear? That you have to mention. Then you have clause number 12 which talks about what? Nidhi companies. Nidhi company has a specific ratios to match. One of the ratios is what? Net owned funds to deposit ratio. It should be 1:20. Have you complied with that? Clear? Nidhi companies is a very small company when it comes to compared to big companies. These people promote savings. Yeah. So all small people come together, form a Nidhi company which promotes savings of money. They can help themselves only by giving loan to members. They have to maintain a NOF to deposit ratio 1:20. Then you have to maintain 10% unencumbered term deposit, fixed deposit. What do you mean by unencumbered? Unencumbered means what? Not subject to any charge. You can't pledge it also. Here, no one can exercise their right on these deposits. You have to maintain 10% like that. Here, any defaulting payment of interest on deposits or repayment, I am supposed to give the details. Then we have RPT, clause number 13. What do you mean by RPT? Related party transaction. Transactions with RPT should comply with two sections, 177, 188. Here, understood? Right. Then, internal audit, section number 138 of Companies Act. Which companies should have internal audit? Which company should have internal audit? Section 138. Very good. Listed companies. Then unlisted public companies. Clear? Then private companies. Correct? Now, unlisted public companies 1, 2, 3, 4. TLPD 200 CR. Loan more than or equal to 100 CR. Paid up capital 50 CR. Deposit 25 CR. Private company TL more than or equal to 200 CR. Loan more than or equal to. Understood? These companies have to have internal audit. Who can be internal auditor? Anyone. Even an employee can be an internal auditor? Yes. CA? Yes. CS? Yes. CMA? Yes. Any other professional? Yes. No problem for us. Yep. Yes, that also. Now, whether the company has internal audit system commensurate with the size and nature. What do you mean by commensurate? Proportionate to your size and nature. As per your size and nature of the business, and whether the reports of internal auditor were considered by the statutory auditor. Here, I will not tell. YouTube people and offline people, tell me which standard is applicable here. Which standard is applicable here? Reports of internal auditor for the period under the audit were considered by statutory auditor. Which standard is applicable? Standards on audit. If you see and tell, no brownie points. I will help you. Yes, say it. Huh? First number 9. I would have told marathon lecture. Daya, you are almost right. Amna, no, just very close. I am not considering these. Essay 610. What is essay 610? Yes, Harshita right. Amna right. What is essay 610? Using the work of internal auditor.
Comedy drama film written by Himanshu.
Essay 610, which talks about what? Using the work of internal auditor. Understood? Yes. Naveen, no, not essay 600. Essay 600 talks about what? Essay 600 talks about what? What is that? Is that Panchanga? Anything I tell you, take the book and read. Essay 600 talks about Axel. Look at the rental branch audit. And branch audit only we had seen essay 600 here. Correct. We had seen in branch audit because in the current syllabus essay 600 used in only one place, that is branch auditor. Here, right? Yes, absolutely right. Varshini, you are right. Amma, you are right. Okay, next. Clause number 15, which talks about non-cash transactions with whom, usually with directors. Section number 192 should be complied with. Here, section number 192 of which act? Companies Act we have to comply with. Next we have clause number 16, RBI registration. So if any NBFC requires registration, did you get a registration done? Number 1, do you have a certificate of registration? Number 2, number 3, are you continuing to satisfy the criteria of certificate? Number 4, is it expired certificate or not? Here, these things has to be reported. Understood? Here, right. Then, in case if you have a core investment company, what do you mean by core investment company? Investment in? No. Not just that. The core investment companies where their 90%, one of the criteria, 90% of their net assets should be in form of investment. That means their main business is what? Investment. So, if you have those companies, you have to satisfy the criteria. Who gives the criteria? As usual, RBI gives the criteria. You should continue to fulfill the criteria if you want to call yourself as a core investment company. Yeah, and if the group has more than one CIC, how many CICs are there? You have to put. Yeah. Then, clause number 17, which talks about cash loss. What is cash loss? What is cash loss? In detail, we had checked in the regular classes. Do you remember? Do you remember? Regular class students, do you remember? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, so what is there? Here, now in essay, this, cash loss, CARO, when we discussed cash loss, what do you mean by cash loss? See, in business, we have two types of expense, cash expense and non-cash expense. Cash loss, we have to calculate. We have to take net profit or net loss as the case may be, and then we have to give a treatment of add back your non-cash expense. Here, all those things where you have not spent. Basically, cash loss concept is nothing. How much expenses you have actually spent. So, sometimes net loss actually may not be net loss. It could be a net loss because of your non-cash expense. Understood? Now, that is what we are supposed to report. Did you suffer cash loss in the current year and the previous year? This one clause is where 2-year reporting is done. Here, this one clause is where 2-year reporting is done. So, that means in the current year and previous year, have you suffered a cash loss is what I am supposed to report. Understood? Clear? Cash loss calculation is not given in your module. Clear? Not given in your module. Therefore, students will not know what is cash loss. In simple language, if I have to tell, take net profit or net loss. Here, add non-cash items. Add non-cash items. Whatever product you get, if it is positive, cash profit. If it is negative, cash loss. So if you are suffering from cash loss, then current financial year and previous financial year, both I am supposed to report in the current financial year. Understood? Clear? Hello? Yes, sir. Pakka. Don't worry. In the exam, they will not ask you to calculate. What is there? Nothing is there. Done na? Yes, sir. Okay. Next, resignation of statutory auditor. Hey, is it good news or bad news? Statutory auditor resigning, bad news or good news, sir? Bad news. So, resignation of statutory auditors, if during the year it has happened, whether you have taken into consideration, you are the new auditor, issues, objections and concerns raised by outgoing auditors. It could be fees, it could be attitude of client. Understood? Remember, I am linking this to chapter number 11, just now we did, where integrity of the client we see. In that last point was you appointing me and removing the previous auditor. What is the reason for it? So talk to the auditor. Why did you resign? He will tell, sir, full problem that fellow. Does not give information only, don't trust. Now, should I accept it? No. Management will tell, sir, he only left, sir. I don't know why he left, but I give all information. But when you go and talk to the auditor, you will get to know what exactly is the picture. So, have you considered these objections and issues is the reporting you have to do. Then we have financial asset and financial liability. In this concept, this is here. Yes. On the basis of financial ratios, aging. What do you mean by aging? How long the assets are there, or what is the asset age or liability age? Here. And expected dates of realization of financial asset and payment of liabilities. Other information accompanying the financial statements. The auditor's knowledge of the board and management plans. So what is I need to know on the basis of these things? Aging, here, realization. What are the chances of realizing the asset? What are the chances of liability becoming due? And do we have money to settle the liabilities? Whether the auditor is of the opinion that no material uncertainty exists as on the date of audit report. Extremely important date. Which date? Audit report date. So as on the date of audit report, is there any material uncertainty that the company is capable of meeting its liabilities existing at the date of balance sheet as and when they fall due? In simple language, is the company solvent? Is the company solvent? What do you mean by solvent? Capable of paying off their liability if it falls due in the next 1 year. And this is where my going concern also will be linked. If you studied, going concern for at least 12 months assessment you have to do in future. That is what we are checking here also now. Are you able to pay your liability for the upcoming 12 months? Clear? Understood? Yes. Next we have CSR expenditure, clause number 20. Sir, what is CSR expenditure? Sir, you will answer today. CSR expense. What is the minimum CSR expense online? You put it in the chat box. You put in the chat box. All right. 2% of 3, which year average? Any year or preceding financial year? Preceding financial year. Correct? So can I say Y3, Y2 divided by 3 is equal to CSR? No. This is not CSR. Into? Yes. Into 2% is equal to CSR. Yes. Section number 135. Very good. Clear? Now, this I am supposed to spend. If I do not spend, if I spend then good. If I do not spend, what am I supposed to do? Transparent. Depends. Sir, if you are not spending, is it related to ongoing project or otherwise? Clear? Sir, if it is relating to ongoing project, then transfer it to unspent CSR account. Here within 30 days of financial year end. Otherwise, transfer it to fund under schedule 8, under schedule 7. Sir, unspent CSR account within 3 years you are supposed to spend it. Correct? If you don't spend, then transfer it to schedule 7 fund. Here now nothing. This is what I am supposed to report. If it is other than ongoing project, did the company transfer unspent amount to a fund specified in schedule 7 within a period of 6 months from the end of expiry of financial year? Now this is what other than ongoing project. So can I say this one within 6 months, that is within 30th September? No, not within 15 days. Not within 15 days, not that the law I know of. Then whether any amount remaining unspent under section 135(5) pursuant to ongoing project transferred to which account? Special account. What is special accounts? Unspent CSR account. Clear? Yes sir. Within how many days? 30 days. Within 30th April you are supposed to transfer. Correct? Yes. Yes. Thank you for your confirmation. I don't get marks. You should get marks. So you should remember. Okay. Last clause number 21, which talks about auditor's opinion on consolidated financial statements. You have to indicate there has been any qualifications or adverse remarks by whom? Respective auditors. Now try to understand this clause. Sir, what are they telling? Imagine there is A Limited has 2 subsidiaries, B Limited and C Limited. Now A Limited should prepare SFS. Yes. B Limited should prepare SFS. What is SFS? Standalone financial statement prepared for the company alone. Here, C Limited also should prepare SFS. Yes. Should A Limited also prepare CFS? Yes. Should B Limited prepare CFS? No. C Limited? No. So in A Limited CFS, A Limited, B Limited, C Limited. Now audit report I have to give for SFS also, CFS also. Correct? Yes sir. Now in SFS audit report, CARO 2020, how many clauses? 20 clauses will be there. In audit report of CFS, only one clause, that is 21st clause. Now in this, what am I supposed to do? See, here CA Arun is the auditor. Here in B Limited, CA Tarun is the auditor. In C Limited, exactly, CA Varun is the auditor. Now CA Arun will prepare 2 reports. Here CA Tarun will prepare 1 report. CA Varun will prepare 1 report. Now imagine in CA Tarun's report, clause number 2 has a negative remark. How many clauses will be there in CARO? 20. Second clause has a negative remark. Now CA Varun prepared a report. In this, 8th clause has a negative remark. Now here no negative remark, let's assume. Let's keep it simple. In CFS audit report or audit report prepared for CFS, you have to mention that for B limited and for C limited, one by one. Which clause? Second clause. Okay, and you have to give para number you have given. Yes. Now, when you give para number and remarks, what the users will do, they can go to B limited's report, pick up that clause and read what is the negative remark. Yeah. But this who has to give now? CA. Arun has to give. Understood? Clear? That is your 21st clause. Clear? People skip this 21st clause. Telling, didn't understand only, it's okay, leave. 20 clause we understood, now we'll go and write. Right? Never ever do that, because sometimes it is dangerous for you to write exams like that. Clear? Yes. Right, sir. Next up. How many clauses are there? Over. 21 clauses of CARO is done. Clear? So today CARO reporting also is done. Here we are left with only one chapter, that is chapter number 2. Clear? Yes. Right. Okay. We'll take a quick 5-minute breather. Okay. And then we'll continue chapter number. Right, let's continue. It's a live class upload on YouTube. It will be uploaded. Don't worry. This will be available. Probably on 20th, you will have the entire marathon ready. Shall we? Yes. See, we are on time, we are on target. Last chapter. Shall we? Chapter number 2 talks about what? Strategy, planning and program. In this question number 1, see, this is one of the easiest chapter to score marks. Yeah. Why? Because generally in this chapter direct questions are asked. Generally. Now, don't dig the question paper and tell, sir, where direct questions, sir? See, sir, case-based questions, sir. Just because the question is lengthy, that doesn't become case-based. What have I targeted as bold there? What are they telling? Explain the benefits. Direct question only, this is for me. Case studies where judgments are used. You have to analyze and give your judgment. Here, where judgment you are giving. Benefits are being copy-paste, you are doing it. Clear? Okay. Which is more detailed? Strategy, planning or program? Strategy, planning or program, which is more detailed among these three? Which is more detailed? Huh? Program. Clear? Program is more detailed. Okay. I will give you one diagram to remember. Okay, my dear loose tools, remember this. Strategy, planning, program. So which is more detailed? Program. Strategy is less detailed. Here, planning is more detailed than strategy, less detailed than program. Program is more detailed than everything. Here, right? So now, let's talk about the planning first. Here, what are the benefits of planning? Devote appropriate attention on important areas. Number 2, why sir? Because unimportant areas, if you devote time, time is limited or unlimited? Limited. Now look at you. I mean, you are writing in Jan or May. Here, if you are writing in Jan or May, do you have limited time or unlimited time? Limited time. Here, now, you will devote your time to important areas only. Here, now, students who had a problem to sit for 5.5 hours of class are sitting for day batch also, marathon also. Why? Now you are devoting it for important areas. If this only if you have done before, proper planning if you have done before, execution would have been proper. Clear? So, you have to do what? You have to plan it. Benefit of planning is devotion of attention to important area. Then identify and resolve potential problems on a timely basis. If you put up a timetable and all, proper problem you can find out and resolve. Here, but no, we will resolve at the end. Bad planning of audit. Here, I'm talking about audit. We also put timetable. Here, if you are considering it for students, we can't do anything. Helps in systematic organizing and managing the audit because the task is huge. Here, so much of content for us to work on. So, last if you put planning, is it possible? No. So, initially only if you put planning, it is easier for us to manage our audit. Clear? Helps in selection of engagement team members, meaning which team member is competent enough, which team member is incompetent. It will help us if you put up a plan. Clear? Directing, supervising and reviewing the members' work. Otherwise, they will do whatever they want. Here, who is the responsible person? Engagement partner. And ultimately, who will go and take the massage? Engagement partner only. We don't want that to happen. Helps in coordination of work. And coordination is what? Synchronization. Here, relation between two different work. It helps in coordination of work. Six points are there. Can be asked. See here, many direct questions can be asked on benefits of planning. This is one of the easiest chapter to score marks for you. Here, at least 4 marks. Easy. Okay. Then, is it a continuous process or one-time process? Planning is continuous or one-time? Planning is a continuous process. It is continuous and iterative. What do you mean by iterative? Repetitive. We make a plan, we change the plan. We make a plan, we change the plan. We make a plan, we change the plan. But yes, this change is made due to the circumstance. Information changed, we have to change the plan. Management approach changed, we have to change the plan. Here, it begins after completion of previous audit, continues to the end of current audit. It needs to consider prior to identification and assessment of ROMM. What you have to consider? Analytical procedure as RAP. Here, what is analytical procedure? SA 520. SA 520, analyzing relationship between financial and non-financial information. What happened? Oh yeah, this one. That's okay. I thought what happened. Okay, understood. Clear? So analytical procedure as risk assessment procedure you have to consider. Understanding AFRF and how it is complied with. It will help us in planning. How are you complied? If you are not complied, first I will have to plan detailed. I have to go into the detail of the plan. If you have complied, everything is fine. Now, in one of my audit experiences, I have seen one client where compliance is too good. Here, material misstatements, no material misstatements found at all. So his AFRF is extremely good. Now, for me, to plan his audit, will it be difficult for me? No, it will be easier. On the other hand, I have seen one more audit. He does not know what is books of accounts. Now there, I will have to plan better. I will have to plan more. Clear? Determining materiality. So very important areas of the plan. Yes, materiality means what? Importance level or importance area. Okay. Experts involvement. Do you need experts involvement? Performing other risk assessment procedure. So in all these things it will help. Planning will help you in analyzing these things. The engagement partner and key members should be involved in planning the audit, including planning and participation in the discussion. You have to involve them. Why? Experience matters. Now, do not involve everyone. You will lose marks here. Engagement partner and other key members, not everyone. If you have all 15, don't put all 15 here. Here, key members of the team. Who are the key members? Depends on your audit. Clear? Basically, senior most experienced people if there are in the team, include them in the discussion part. Clear? The auditor may decide to discuss elements of planning with the management to facilitate the conduct and management of the engagement. Why have I put an I here is target. Keep an eye. Very important topic. Listen to me carefully without any distractions. Listen. Should I disclose my plan to management? Should I disclose my plan to management? This is where you lose marks. Just now I told. Read the point. Decide to discuss elements of planning with the entity's management. Yes, you have to, but why? In what sentence or in what context I am supposed to discuss with them? See, if you are telling, I will not tell my plan to management. Imagine I am the management. You are the auditor. Suddenly you come to my premise and you are telling, surprise, I am doing audit today. But sir, file is not in this office, admin office is somewhere else and you have to get the file. We have to book rooms for you. Here you have a team, we have to facilitate you. Are you getting my point? We have to make some arrangements for you. Suddenly if you are, sir, 2 days ago you should have told, no sir, why should I tell you? Audit planning, Karthik sir told not to tell. I never told you, you should not tell. Don't tell the details of the plan. Tell that boss we are coming to the audit on this date. Why? They have to facilitate for the conduct of the management to conduct the audit. They have to make arrangements. You have tell them tomorrow I am doing purchases because not everyone will keep file next to them only. Yeah, you will not come today surprise I am doing audit. Take sir, do. I don't have file in my pocket. No, I'll have to arrange for it. I may have many plants. I may have many factories. Everywhere they may have invoices. I have to tell them, boss, auditor has come, collect everything and come and give you. For 2 days, what will you do now? Sit idle now. Yes or no? That should not happen because time is extremely important. So, only for the purpose of conduct and management of engagement, you have to tell. Don't tell, in this purchase, you know how I am going to select the invoice? These invoices I will select. This is how I will check. That and all you don't tell. I am doing audit, this is what I want. Understood? Imagine, the teacher who takes up the next subject for you does not tell the date. Management does not tell the date. Suddenly one teacher will come and say, today account starts. Will you like it? No. Why? Sir, tell at least 1 day before, 2 days before. No, we will prepare some, we'll ask What if you are in hometown? Here, what if you don't have books? You have to go and purchase the books now. Yes or no? So many things you have to think about. Similarly, auditor also should tell in advance, but only for what? Facilitation and conduct of management, conduct of audit engagement. Clear? Yes. That's it. Planning process. Very important, easy. Two things. Preliminary engagement activities and planning activities. Sir, surprise. Preliminary engagement activities, chapter 11. Here, preliminary engagement activities, chapter 11, SA 210. Here, what is that? See here. Performing procedures regarding continuance of client relationship. Where are we seeing? Acceptance and continuance of client relationship, integrity of the client. Here, exactly. See, appropriate procedures regarding acceptance and continuance have been followed and conclusions reached is appropriate. So, you can write here, refer chapter 11, SA 210, you can write the page number. Page number? No, I can't write the page number because it's a revision material and that is your regular material. So, people who have regular material for you, page number is 337. Who have regular material, page number 337. Right. Now, obtain information considered necessary in the circumstances before accepting engagement with a new client. Like, what is the nature of business? How many people are there in the entity? What type of management you have? Take some information. Matters such as what? Integrity, competence, implications of matter, evaluating compliance with ethical requirements. Exactly same thing we had seen in SA 210. Correct? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Communication with previous auditor in case of change of auditors. Yes. 220 is written, Okay. Agreeing to the terms of engagement is not there. SQC 1 and SA 220. It's about the firm's quality control procedure. Here, but in SA 220 we are agreeing to the terms of engagement also. Here, preliminary engagement activity where we get to know, give me writing letters. Yes, where you are telling this is your responsibility. Financial statements, internal control, unrestricted access. Here, okay. Now, next, evaluating compliance with ethical requirements including independence. Again, chapter 11. Remember? Yes, evaluating compliance with ethical requirements. Elements of SQC1 and SA 220. Right? Continuously evaluate compliance with ethical requirements including, sir, independence and ethical requirements, not a one-time compliance. Continuous compliance till the end of audit. You have to keep on complying. You cannot compromise on independence and ethical requirements. What are the ethical requirements? IPCCO, integrity, professional behavior, professional competence, confidentiality, objectivity. Then we have independence, 2 types of independence. Independence in mind, independence in appearance, 5 types of threats, self-interest, self-review, advocacy, familiarity, intimidation. Here, yes, right. Now, you shall remain alert for evidence of non-compliance. Whenever you get to know, you have to report it. If matters come to the engagement partner's attention that indicates that members' team have not complied with ethical requirements, partner shall determine appropriate action after consulting others in the firm. How we have to manage that? You don't take decision alone. You have to involve others in the firm. Understood? Clear? Yes. Now, why, sir? Because we are talking about members of the team, not management. Our people, if we have to fire, you can't fire randomly. Now imagine I am a partner in in a firm that 10 partners are there. I have a team. Here, now, in the team, let's say for example, Sharan is there. Here, he compromises independence. I can't tell, get out of the office. Why? He's a employee or is a trainee of the entire firm. Here, so if I have to take appropriate action, I have to consult my others in the firm and then see this is what has happened with them, what do we do? Yeah. Now, the seniors of the firm or all the partners will come together and take a decision as to, okay, should we give him a second chance or should we fire? Understood? Clear? Now, form a conclusion on compliance with independence requirement that apply to the engagement. How, sir? Evaluate circumstances and relationship that creates threats. Which relationship will create threat for me? Meaning, which relationship has red flag for me? Here, which relationship is having green flag for me? I'm talking about business relationship here. Here, number 2, evaluate circumstances. What is the situation of the audit now? Here, number 2, identify the breaches of independence policy. Which independence policy? Firms have my team breached firms policy and procedure. Firm has some policy. If you have breached, I'll have to take action here. Determine whether they create a threat. Take appropriate action to eliminate such threats or reduce them. Here, is it? Just a minute. Please switch off this. This side, yes. Right. Now is it clear? Yeah. Now can you hear me? Okay. Sir, if nothing is happening, what do? We withdraw from the audit. Don't want, sir. Beda, sir. What do, sir? Okay, we will withdraw from the engagement. The engagement partner shall promptly report to the firm any inability to resolve the matter for appropriate action. Sir, I am not able to do it. Tell the firm. Engagement partner should tell the firm. Sir, these are the situations. This is the threat that we have seen. I don't see any other solution for it. Sir, please give us a solution. So tell the firm will take a decision. Understood? Sorry? Obviously, our firm only. Then, establishing understanding terms of engagement. Oh, here essay. Essay 210. Here, who should send engagement letter? Very good. Auditor should send engagement letter when? After or before? After commencement, what engagement letter you will send? Clear? Before, to help avoid misunderstandings. Clear? YouTube guys, tell me, are you hearing my voice properly? Okay. Planning activities. Sir, planning activities number 1, establish overall strategy. Now, MCQ, very good question, point number A. Says what? Strategy sets a scope, timing and direction, and that guides development of audit plan. So, the birth of plan starts from strategy. Plan will tell you the nature, timing and extent of procedures. Remember this. Plan will tell you nature, timing and extent of procedures, but strategy will give you scope, timing and direction of audit and development of audit plan. Clear? Be very clear when it comes to MCQ here. The process of establishing is only about the resources, decisions of resources. The resources to deploy for specific audit areas, meaning in case of high risk areas, what are we supposed to do? Put experienced people. Complex matters, put experts. Clear? Amount of resources allocated. That means number of team members assigned to observe. For example, inventory count at material location. What do you mean by material location? Important places should we involve more people. Extent of review of other auditors' work. Example. Very good. Branch auditor. Branch auditor. Understood? How much work, how much of his work I should review. You plan. But audit budget in hours to allocate for high risk areas. How many hours they have to allocate for high risk areas? When these resources are to be deployed? Timing. Now you need an expert. From day one only you need? No. Later on I can put. Clear? How these resources are to be managed, directed and supervised. Like what? Meetings, reviews. When do I meet him? Zoom, personal, face to face, on call, how? Clear? Right. Factors for establishing overall strategy. First to identify characteristics and define scope. If I have to put up a strategy, first I have to define the characteristics of the engagement and I have to define scope. Scope means what? Draw a boundary. There are many characteristics. Clear? 4 marks they can ask. Some of the characteristics are AFRF applicable, nature of business segments to be audited, industry specific reporting, like example banking, NBFC, insurance, electricity. They have specific reporting from the regulator, SEBI, listed companies. Clear? So you have to understand, is there any specific industry specific reporting that I am supposed to do? Expected use of evidence obtained in previous audit. Can I use the same evidence in the current year? If yes, use it. Put it in the strategy. If no, devise a different strategy. Ascertain reporting objectives to plan. What is the objective of me reporting? This helps in what? Timing of procedures. When should I report? Daily should I report? Once in a week should I report? That helps in timing of audit procedures. Nature of communication, writing or oral. Clear? And what type of matters I'm supposed to communicate. Clear? Some of the instances, timetable for reporting, organization of meeting with whom? With the management. Then discussion with management regarding type and timing of reports to be issued. What type of reports I'm supposed to give? When am I supposed to give it to you, sir? Tell me. Clear? Now I have to discuss with them. Only then I can put up a strategy. Suddenly if they come and tell daily you have to report it to me, sir, I don't have a strategy for that. My day is packed. I'll be working here only. No, I want report. So first only you talk to them. Do you want a report? When do you want a report? So that I can plan your day. Understood? Clear? Discussion with the management regarding expected communication on status of audit work throughout the engagement. Clear? So talk expected communication on the status. So about the audit, correct, but when should I tell you the status of the audit? This is nothing but reporting. When they tell us what they expect, our strategy will be better. Rather than silence, it's better I go and discuss with them or communicate with them. Expected nature and timing of communication among the team members. I've discussed with my team members also, no? I've told them every day report it to me. Evening 6 o'clock, I need report. Clear? So that way they can plan now. I should tell them on this day I need this is reports. Clear? Usually everyday reporting might be there in most of the audit. Clear? Will be there usually. Then factors that are significant in auditor judgment should be considered which will contribute in team's effort. Super level of question can be asked here. No one will even think about it. Clear? Has been asked before. Clear? Which are the factors that are significant in whose judgment? Auditor's judgment should be considered, but this factor will contribute in team's effort, meaning volume of transaction. Higher the transaction, my team's effort will increase. Clear? Industry development. Suddenly, industry has brought out new policy. My team is outdated for that. Clear? Significant changes in FRF. From years to Indians now I have to report. My team will have to work more. They have to study more. They have to get updated now. Changes in the legal environment affecting the entity. This also should be considered in strategy. Clear? This also should be considered. Is there any changes like this? Is my team capable of handling these things? Understood? Clear? Consider the results of preliminary engagement activities. Now this, I'll put a star here. Why am I putting star? Is to put a star here. Whatever we have done here in point number 1, that is performing procedures with respect to continuance. Number 2, ethical requirements. And number 3, terms of engagement. This I am supposed to consider here. Understood? If I am not accepting, no point of putting strategy. Understood? Clear? Yes? Right. Development of audit plan. Here 3 marks questions has been asked once. Recent exams only. SA 300 states that you should develop an audit plan that should include description. What do you mean by description? Explanation of what? NTE of planned RAP, NTE of FAP, further audit procedures and other audit procedures. Description, explain what procedures you have planned, how much, when. All description you have to put it in plan. Clear? Relationship between strategy and plan. Which is more detailed between these two? Now point number 1, plan is more detailed than the strategy. Strategy includes what? NTE of procedures to be performed by the engagement team members. If I was an examiner, 2 marks MCQ, I'll ask this. Here, by this with the strategy I will link and ask. Strategy will give me what? Yesterday. Scope, timing, direction. Remember, strategy and yes. Here, plan will give me what? Nature, timing and understood? Clear? Yes. Now, sir, if strategy changes, will plan change? Yes, 100%. Because plan is based on strategy. Clear? And if plan changes, should the strategy change? Yes. Both are interconnected. Clear? Changes in one will lead to changes in others. Okay. Now, sir, should I keep changing my plan? Or should I fix my plan? Should I keep my plan fixed? Changes to plan, I should keep updating depending on the circumstances due to unexpected events, changes in condition and evidence obtained from procedures. I'll have to keep my plan flexible. Clear? Like how, for example, you put up a timetable. Clear? But are you following that? No. Even if you are putting, let's say, since your student is following on a daily basis, but is it a fixed timetable? Generally fixed, but let's say there is some unexpected event. The plan has to change now. Timetable has to change. Clear? Right. Sir, planning of supervision and review of team members' work. Question. Point number 2. Clear? While planning the above, following factors has to be considered. What planning? I am planning supervision and review. Size and complexity of the entity. Bigger the entity, better the monitoring. I have to do more monitoring. Complex, difficult the topic, more monitoring I have to do. Area of audit. Which area of organization you are going to audit? If it is a difficult area, important area, I have to monitor more. Risk, higher the risk, higher the monitoring. Capabilities and competence of the member. Sir, if he is weak, should I monitor more? Yes. If he is extremely brilliant, should I monitor him more? Less. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Now, next. Documentation of strategy is a record of key decisions considered. Should I document strategy? 100%. Why? We here take only decisions. We don't put any plan. Clear? Documentation of plan is a record of planned NTE and RAP and FAP. Planned, not actual. Because plan will keep changing. We put audit plan before the start of audit or after the start of audit. Before. That's why you have to use the word in exam, planned NTE. Clear? It's a planned nature, timing and extent of procedures. Now that plan can change. Clear? Keyword is this. Planned. Okay, you can write as planned. The record of significant changes in strategy and plan explains why changes were made. Example of audit documentation is what? Discussion with the key decision maker, TCWG management, here audit committee approval for RPTs, related party transaction, confirmations, etc. Access letters, here other communication and agreement, auditor's report and other reports mentioned in the engagement agreement. Audit program, which is more detailed, 100% audit program here. It's a series of verification procedure to be applied on financial statement, detailed plan of applying the, everything will be there. What question to ask, here whom to ask, who will ask, everything will be there in this program. Some important points. Is one program applicable for every entity? No. Mark it as important area. Is one program applicable for every client? No way. Here, so you have to change according to the business. It may vary in nature, size and composition. Work which is suitable to one business may not be suitable to others. Efficiency and operation of ICS is not same everywhere. One entity might have very good ICS, one may not have very good ICS. Exact nature of service to be rendered. What service you want versus what service other client wants is not same. How can I put up the same program for both? Here, imagine one client needs only inventory audit. Another client needs financial statement audit. The plan, the program for this guy and the program for that guy is different. There I can't go and tell what is the loan repayment status. Why did you come? Inventory audit, no, do only that. So program fails here. Clear? Keep an open mind. Meaning what? Don't just follow blindly the procedures. If you feel some procedures are inefficient, don't do it. But if you feel there is a procedure which gives me efficient result, but it's not there in the program, put it in the program and follow it. Ultimately, what do we want? Results. Here, understood. As experience is gained by actually carrying out the work, program may be altered to take care of situations which are left out originally. Similarly, you can add something, you can remove also something. But when you are telling the assistant, tell him that not to just stick to what I told, encourage to keep an open mind beyond the program given to him. Tell him, see, you can add more points, no issues. But if you tell, do only what I say, then he will never think about it. Because of this, I'll tell you, disadvantages of audit program is because of this only. Here, I'll connect it. What is the disadvantage of audit program? See here, when we say disadvantage, becomes mechanical. What do you mean becomes mechanical? Just to do what is being told. I will never think. Clear? Therefore, you are killing the initiative of efficient assistants. To avoid point number 1 and point number 4, what am I supposed to do? Encourage them to keep an open mind. Understood? Clear? Next up. Sir, periodic review. Should I keep reviewing it? Yes. Why? Changes will happen. If you don't review outdated program, you will have. So as and when you find new information, keep changing the program. Here, assess whether the same continues to be adequate on the basis of an obsolete program. If you do negligently, you will do the audit. Ultimately, you will have to do it again. Here, double the work, but fees will not get double. Time is gone. Here, so keep on updating as and when there is new information. The rigidity may be eliminated due to this review, and that is where our disadvantage here. Too rigid and inflexible. This can be removed. So point number 1, 2, 4 can be literally removed by following those 2 points. So I don't consider this a disadvantage. This is actually for me a consequence. But it is mentioned as disadvantage. Technically it is what? Consequence of not doing those 2 points. Here, finally, inefficient assistants may take shelter behind the program. There are good efficient people. And in their team there are 2 people who are not working only. The team is working good. But in the team, it's like Indian team. Few people will really play well. Yeah, others will take shelter behind their performance. So easily we can go ahead. So this should not happen. One of the disadvantages, can't do anything with respect to that. If you are doing individual review, you have to do. Understood? Clear? Yes. Right. Next, constructing an audit program. When you are preparing an audit program, stay within the scope and don't go beyond it. Written audit program, put it in writing, not oral. Get enough sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Put away relevant steps. Don't put all steps that is applicable. Clear? Only relevant what is required you put. Include the objectives for each area so that the assistants will know what they are doing it for. Okay? Consider all possibilities of error and have coordination to apply for related items. Why do we do audit program? To design, to provide what? Audit evidence. Not simply, we need evidence. That's the reason why we are asking questions. Clear? Now, what is the best evidence? No one can tell why. It is a matter of experts' knowledge and experience. Understood? Clear? Evidence is generally classified into what? Documentary, physical exam, statements and explanations of management, whatever I ask, they should give it in writing. Third party, debtor confirmation, creditor confirmation, arithmetical calculation by auditor, depreciation, interest, state of ICS, weak or strong, interrelationship of various accounting data, ratio analysis. In FM you did know, ratio analysis, minutes book, subsequent action by client and by others, because whatever we suggested, they should take action on that. Understood? Right. Advantages. What advantages we have? Number 1, clear set of instructions. Here, when we put everything in line, clear set of instructions provides a total perspective. How much I have to work? Gives you an entire view, bird's eye view. Here, selection of assistants becomes easier. We can select only efficient people. Clear? Reduces danger of ignoring or overlooking certain books. Why? 100% coverage will do. So many questions will ask. Accountability. Here, when you see the program, you will tell them who prepared this, who reviewed this. This step was done by whom. So when I ask everyone their name, their signature is there, I can make them liable. I can hold them liable. The auditor can have control over the progress of various audits. I can get to know what is happening everywhere. Clear? Serves as a guide in succeeding here. Next year it serves as a basis. Serves as evidence in case of charges brought against the, meaning what? If anyone files a case against me, I will tell, boss, look at the program. I have asked this question. You have answered it also. But remember one thing, audit program is not executed by auditors. Audit program is executed by either assistants, clear, or we will tell assistant and management guy, please help him to go and ask questions to these people. Understood? Number 1. Number two, I do not need a specific permission to ask question to internal people. Reason, under SA 210, we have unrestricted access for people within the entity. So I don't need permission. I can still go and ask. Remember the interlink of this concept. Understood? Clear? In the program, I will go and ask questions to people. Management can't come and tell, who are you? You didn't take my permission. Here, pull out the management letter and show. You only have agreed to give unrestricted access. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Right, sir. This is your chapter number 2. These are 2 extra things that I have put in the material. Extra thing in the examination they will not ask, but it was there in the old syllabus. We are always trained to say you have to take knowledge of client's business. Now what knowledge I am supposed to take, it is there in this particular chapter or in this particular box. Here, this I will write here. I will purely consider this as extra. Extra. Do not stress. Clear? Yes. Right. So this is just for knowledge purpose. So with this, we are done with chapter number 2. So what target we had set, we have achieved. Here. Now, listen, marathon pace is like this only. Here. If we go slower than this, it is not marathon. It is turtle race. Then we will not finish in 4 days. Clear? So this is a pace we will be keeping up with upcoming standards as well. So mentally be prepared and attend the classes. Alright, cool. Thank you so much. Let's see you tomorrow. कितना बात करते हैं?
कौन?
अभी
वो हंस रहा था। आप जो बोल रहे थे उसका आप वो कमेंट कर रहा था, उसके लिए मैं हंस रहा था।
marathon also, no? You don't talk to me. I am putting so much effort in marathon and sitting and talking with us.
ये बात में डाउट है सही ना
No doubt.
இல்ல நான் எழுதிட்டேன் அது வந்து அவன் தப்பு
அவன் நான் கேட்டா அவன் என்ன சொன்னா தெரியுமா? I already asked him.
நான் நான் அட்டெண்ட் பேசுறேன் சீக்கிரம் பேசினா பேசுறேன்
Hey, so much you are talking with me. Camera
இல்ல அது நம்ம டைம் என்னடா அப்படின்னு கேட்பான்
time around கேக்குறது for 2 seconds program.
இல்ல நான் போயிட்டு மட்டும் only time only time
Like how the
So currently in planning class, shall I sugar milk or you will do it? Do you have any more? So, yes, CH and K. Because I am going to leave now, so you will do it, no? Sure. Sure.
What's it?